fuck do ads get on people's channels that don't even have the subs for them? Hey, Way. Hey, Shannon. I came in for you, for you. I came for you. You know that Springsteen song, For You? Oh, shit. Hey, Alex. Just gonna let Judy sing us in a bit. See if it still smells. Do you recognize this Way? This thing smells so fucking much. So when I had the car that way, I tried to put it in the car and I took it out of the package and then I almost passed out. No joke. Oh my God, it's on my fingers. I'm gonna go wash my hands. Cause the smell is so fucking strong. Like no fucking joke. So it's been in the package ever since the day I took it out of the package because I was gonna die. I'm not good with scents, even essential oils sometimes. No joke. I don't know how that people put that all over themselves. I can't do that. Okay, give me a second. Hey, Vincent. I just want to let her finish. Playing somebody's song that I love makes me feel like I'm not so fucking alone up here by myself. Let me know how the internet goes, if I'm buffering at all. I had some weird ass Wi-Fi problems or issues. Yeah. We were in the middle of watching Turning Red. Yeah, so I never watch a fucking movie. But then when I do, you can be sure that the internet's gonna fucking blow up, right? Because why would I get to distract and watch a movie? And it, like, the internet went down, like, boom, like, exactly when she was screaming, Mom! So we're watching Turning Red. It's a new, I think it's Pixar movie, I don't know. Yeah, it's Pixar. And it's a story of a little girl that comes into her power. 13! Whatever. Young lady who's 13 who comes into her power quicker than her family ever thought. So they had not told her that when she gets pissed off at some point, she's going to turn into a big fucking... Or mad or sad. Or mad or sad or even happy. That she's gonna... her parents didn't warn her she was going to turn into a big fucking giant panda at some point in her life. So it just kind of happens out of the blue. Or into the red. Yeah, it's pretty good. We've been watching it in batches because, yeah, sitting still and watching a whole movie is kind of hard. But last night, as we were right into the crescendo of, it's almost over, getting to the point of the story, boom, the internet went. I don't know. How's it going that way? What's up, Buttercup? Feeling very buttercuppy today, for sure. And I say that in the most Princess Bride, just fucking standing there on the sidelines waiting to see what's going to happen. Fuck. How's it going, DNHD? Yeah, Springsteen. Me love me some old Springsteen. I have no clue where his music has gone to today. There's stuff that sometimes plays that, like, I hear it, but it's not the same. Nebraska is one of my favorite albums, and Asbury Park and the River. I got one Springsteen song that's my favorite of all time, and until that song plays its part out, it doesn't matter what other song comes into my reality, and I'm not going to say which one it is. But yeah, I Came For You. I love that fucking song. Sometimes in my life path I can nail it because it's got like a lot of fucking lyrics.
I haven't
but not always.
Reheated summer pie in a while.
You're gonna reheat it? Put some water at the bottom because it's kind of dry compared to how juicy I can make it sometimes. And Atlantic City is one of my favorite Springsteen songs too. Right? Everything dies, baby. That's a fact. Maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Hi, Andrea. Dude, I loved your, if you hadn't have put that title, I still might have watched it, but just when you wrote Vasectomy Kid, Vasectomy Baby, it was like, boom. There's another one to add to the validation of my theories of the golden children and how they come forth in our reality. Most golden children are either miracle babies or completely shocking to their older parents who have no clue that they could actually conceive, and then all of a sudden they've conceived a child. I'm going to leave it at that for now, but yeah, thanks for sharing that, Andrea, because it was a big, just boom. When validation comes and you're not like expecting or even looking for it, but a part of my timelines and what I am actually has contact with the babies. So, you know what I mean? It's part of the reason why I do what I do, even if it makes no sense, because I'm here to gather people so you all find each other to manifest those babies into real time. Shannon 222, how's it going? Yeah, that's Judy. Judy is the song, Alex, that I was listening to, well, that I put on at the beginning. Yeah, I'm super sensitive to smells, Shannon, and especially when they're called like essential oils and all natural, it's like, okay. It makes me feel like Tank and Hook when, you know what I mean? When somebody says fairies aren't real and she goes like, and she's like choking, that's how smells will make me feel. Even if they're they still are natural, but they're just not natural enough for me. And to put those smells like on me or around me, just because they're essential oils, yeah, that don't work with me all the time. And natural products as well. I can see myself in a past timeline where I'm taking natural products and then told that, you know, you just gotta, you know, there's sometimes a reaction.
Water.
What?
I may have put a little bit too much.
Then just let take some water out. And then, like, physically, I'm, like, sick because I'm taking a natural product and then told, just keep on going just a little bit longer and you'll get over the hump of feeling what you feel. And it's like, but why? Why would I? Right? If I'm fucking sick because of a natural product, how much longer should I take it? Ixnay on the fucking listening to other people, about my body. You know what I'm saying? Know yourself. Just because something everybody else takes is good for them does not mean it's good for you. How's it going, Vincent 52? Shannon, I've been making a super tuna salad. Right on, yummy. Yeah, my tuna salad stuff is super too. I don't really use that much tuna. There's more pickles, parsley, and celery and onion in my tuna salad than there is actual tuna. And mayonnaise, of course. Hey, Annie D. You feeling it, baby girl? Yeah, it don't matter how many days and how much warning I had for this energy of today. It is like, whoa. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that for now. Hey, PA Trout Slayer. Love your videos, dude. I want to say you changed my algorithms as well. I got more people coming in, like just that fishing vibe. And I'm like so grateful for that. Why? Because I might not be able to get out on the lake myself, but I can certainly press on play and watch vids of stuff that feels good versus like I've changed my own algorithms in the last weeks. I've been doing this for 3 years. If videos come up and they don't resonate with me in my timeline right now, it's like boom, you're gone. But when I say boom, you're gone, other things will come to me. I was watching a couple of train. I have my favorite videos can be like just trains. Yeah, right? Find what resonates with you and like don't go like pressing on stuff that doesn't feel good. So yeah, really enjoying the fishing vibes coming through my algorithms. I got at least a handful, if not more, of channels, and even some from Ontario. Like, so it's nice because yeah, hang on. It's nice because it's the ley lines that I know, and people sharing. So. Did you drop that on the ground and now you want to just... I thought that's okay. It's better a bit juicy than dry, to be honest. I turned off the stove, and could you put the whatchamacallit back in the fridge? Yeah, so especially a couple weeks ago when I realized that people were going to gravitate, no matter what kind of channel that they had, that they were going to gravitate to focusing on the Ukraine and certain things, then I just, boom, exited, right? Not my circus, not my monkey. I have the awareness. I don't need the fears. No way, Andrea. I love your shirt. I'm also wearing my tie-dye today. Yeah, I was like put a little bit of color into it today. I got my feeling like I'm in the tropics pants, which I'm not so crazy about the tropics, so it's just like the feeling that I want. And yeah, put a little bit of color into it today, Andrea. It's dreary out. That being said, I feel like the sun might come out, but it's super dreary and kind of snowy again. I'm on the edge of like severe cabin fever. Big time. T-Burn Reds. Hey dude, how's it going? Magic is when we play. Now you see it, now you don't. Cheers, Jen. Cheers back. Hi, James. How you doing, James? Gonna add you as blue. If you want to share your channel, dude. Yeah, magic is when we play. Yesterday was one of my most, not necessarily playful, but just, I managed, maybe that's not the best word. I stepped into just a feeling of like such purity for a certain time frame of hours that I'm just like, whoa. And sustained it for a certain amount of hours. It's not necessarily here right now. It's just around the corner maybe, right? Come back. But yeah. Boom, Andrea. Really, he does, eh? Yes, the golden children have the past life recall, and they will speak about it openly, the safer that they feel, Andrea. I love your theory, and I agree. And he also has past lifetime memories. Boom. Oh, I got shivers everywhere. See what I mean about that feeling around the corner? It truly just is. I just need a little bit of like, boom, to bite into, to grab it. Yeah, the golden children, when they come in, the safer that they feel, the more that they actually express certain things. In order to, they feel safe, they know that they're not going to be, kind of crucified as a child for saying certain things out loud. So they leak that energy of the truth of what they remember into whoever that they feel safe with, for real. Because here's the saddest part of it all. The golden children are meant to come into families where there's an embodiment of a certain self-respect that the parents have for their own selves and their partner, and then like the ripple effect that that has for the extended family, friends, and people that come into their lives. Unfortunately, we vacillate in that sometimes, so the golden children like have a tougher road than what was intended for them. That's why so many golden children have such like super uber huge reactions to certain things, whether it be products or the energies around them. And so some of the golden children, Andrea, like it's beautiful if you're telling me your nephew actually, speaks and has the past life memory and shares it, because some golden children will come in and they won't speak very much at all. They will stay very fucking quiet. Why? Because nobody's going to listen. They already know that. And so they stay quiet. And then they're the ones that will have like huge reactions to certain things in order for their parents to step into a different embodiment. So when a golden child comes in and has body reactions to certain products, it's for the parents to start to educate themselves about what products they're putting into their child. And some people, what they do is they're not actually self-educating, right? They're not going and finding a bunch of different resources for themselves. They are just completely listening to doctors and medical industry. So they're pumping their child more and more with stuff that, you know what I mean? It's very hard. There's not very many actual holistic doctors who will say what the product that they're supposed to pump out is, but you should try this first. Know what I'm saying? So it's a double-edged sword. These babies coming in are the actual cavalry for us, where they have they're already online, they already have their recall, and they will speak about it openly and help other people to boom, open up to their own magic, open up to their own past life recall. But because of the matrix programming, not every parent, couple, or caregiver is strong enough to bypass the programs and think for themselves. Andrea knows. Right on, baby girl. Feels good, eh? I have changed my algorithm finally. Yeah. People who think like and then allow themselves to be triggered by their own stuff that pops up all the time is just like, that's like trying to hold on to something because it felt good before, and it doesn't feel good now, but you're not ready to let it go, right? Because once you let go of certain channels that are, or certain, like, stop going on Facebook if it's triggering you, stop being here, stop being there, like, it's a choice, right? Nobody is putting any device in front of anybody's face and saying you have to be on this and you have to participate here, here, and here. So when we actually refocus and just participate in what feels good, then it's a ripple effect for everything. You can't be triggered by something if it's not popping up into your reality, right? So it's the same with if you have TV. If you actually don't actually go onto any channel that has a certain thing, you can have TV in your life and feel good about it because you're not pressing on certain things, giving it the 2 seconds or 3 seconds or 30 seconds to piss you off, right? Because as much as we want to bash TV, there's programs that are really good. They feel awesome to watch. They're your like distraction that feels good, right? It can be as cheesy as, like some people like stuff of certain thing and it feels good. So allowing that is not bad, right? It's the whole of the TV programming and the commercials that's the entity, but focusing on the little things that make you feel good is good. Does that make sense? But yeah, changing your own algorithms to pad your life with what feels pure is like the ultimate taking charge of your own internet, because it's supposed to feel good. That's it. I think that sun's gonna come out like faster than I thought. Holy shit balls. Shannon, I bought basil, sage, and onion seeds today. Oh, right on, baby girl. I'm so glad for you. You have land to be able to plant. Shannon, my baby jalapenos are coming up. Whee! Nice. Yeah, Alex says happy birthday to your mom, Andrea. Definitely, I second that. Happy birthday to Angie Witchmoon 7-3 on the 11th as well. Oh, hey, sweetie. Greetings and salutations back at you, baby girl. How's everything going? Shannon, today is going to be almost 70. I'm going to do all the windows at the motel. I cannot stand seeing smudges all over the window. Dude, I can't hardly wait till it gets warm enough to do the windows for real. When I moved in, I did the windows at minus 23 Celsius, and so I made them worse than what they were. So in wanting to take like the dust and make it mine, I actually made like streaks that froze. Oh my god. Hey Trace B, I see you're down there. I'm just catching up. You just getting home from seeing Oliver? He's happy for you, sweetie. Bam, T-Bird. I've done that in my past too. I bought a secondhand crank meat. Yeah, me too. I prefer the hand ones than the actual ones that. And fennel seeds. So now I make my own sausage. Cool. I ain't done that in years, for real. But yeah, it was one of my favorite things to do, for real. Back when my grandfather and certain family and certain just extended friends were still in, on this earthly realm, we'd actually, I'm gonna use the term, had sausage making parties. So my grandpa and my uncle and Tom, a family friend, would come to my house because Sammy was really little, so it was easier to bring all the meat and bring all the supplies and do it all at my house. So Sammy could run around and do whatever the fuck instead of being at somebody else's house. So all my dudes would come to the house and we'd crank out sausages. Thanks for mentioning that, T-Bird. I had forgot that part of my timelines and reality. It makes me think of my grandpa. Oh. Yes, T-Bird, adults do make everything fucking complicated. Kids have the simple answers. If kids could rule the fucking world today, we wouldn't have this fucking shit show. Even a kindergartner could say what we could do tomorrow to have peace on earth. And if we actually like put it into reality, that's where we'd be at, right? Like, holy shit balls. It's so fucking simple. Oh, yes, our children have the answers. One has to be open to listen. Indeed, and the children have the answers, but the children have been stripped of their innocence in the last 2 years in ways that no matter how us as adults want to cling to our inner wounds and the things that have happened to us, we've never lived in our lifetime what our children and our grandchildren and just what the children have lived. And that's it. Because no matter, even if somebody wants to say, oh, Michelle, you're wrong, in World War II, the children were stripped of their innocence as well. No, there was a way to protect and to not have, certain things known, because there was no such thing as the easy television, and there was no such thing as the easy internet. So even if we would want to cocoon our children and not allow them to participate in watching TV or ever looking at the internet, one simple conversation with someone else You know what I mean? Because everybody else participates. And I already know this much is true because until Lily was 4 years old, we didn't have a certain timeline of our reality. And who we lived around in Tamagami just didn't act and embody certain things, right? So the little children that we had access to until she was 4 years old had a same kind of sustained vibration as we did. Whereas when we stepped into Calendar Bay and the first day that Lily went to the park and played, like the bullying and the, from the same age of children, because she didn't know what certain things were, right? So to not allow your child to have any matrix perspective to even know what craft dinner is, what certain cookies are, what certain TV shows are, how to speak certain ways to be amongst children who are, programmed through school, through watching the television, and through being bombarded by their parents of how their parents talk, makes it that, you know what I mean? There's just no way to, unless birds of a feather flock together. When you have people of like minds around you, then the exterior world just doesn't even exist because you manifest a community in which you so choose to not participate in any of it, right? Emoji King, I'm wearing my Boston Bruins 33. Maya Ross, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I've never heard of that person. Not to be confused with Chara, who now actually wears that number now. I have no idea who those two people are. Emoji King. But Boston Bruins is a super sync for me because back when I had my restaurant, Jaco, one of my customers, he was the only fan of the Boston Bruins. Like the only one. And he, you know what I mean? So it was like that thing where you got like all these people who are Montreal Canadian fan because I was in Quebec, and extended. Some other people went out of the box and it wasn't all about Quebec, but most people, it's just Montreal Canadians. And oh my God, that guy took a fucking beating verbally, right? The teasing and stuff. And whenever back in the day he'd come and there was a game and I would put it on and stuff, I'd be like, Jacques, I'm taking for Boston too. Fuck all these like Quebec dudes, right? And piss everybody off. And it's funny you write that too, because I was gonna wear my Andrew Luck, my blue shirt that I wear sometimes. Shout out to Corey Reeves if he pops in today. I was gonna wear that, but it's just I didn't feel like the fit of how it fits me. But I was gonna wear a numbers shirt today. But I changed my mind into the tie-dye. Emoji King. I have a Gord Murphy number 28 game worn shirt also. Old Bruins. Boom. Gord is like a super sync for me. Murphy too. But especially the Gord. Gord Downey. Yeah, L for self. Yes, it's like a wet blanket theory. Change and love are the only constant. Yes. Shannon, I'm going to go outside, do the windows. Hugs and kisses, everyone. It's the 70s almost today, and I've got to get out and enjoy some of the sunshine. Fuck yeah. Once it gets sunshiny and stuff, I won't be sitting in here, that's for fucking sure. I get it. I get it. How'd it go with Oliver? You came in at 11:11, and I say that, and my phone is still on West Coast time, so 11, 12, 1, 2, it's 12, it's 2 something here, but my phone still says 3 hours back. I have no idea how to fucking reset it. I've already tried everything that I know. That being said, my iPhone changed itself. It sprung ahead by itself, so me not knows. I'm taking it as just the extra numbers that it is. I tend to do that anyways in my reality. This stove actually has a clock on it, and it was 4 hours back, and now it's 5 hours back. I'm just leaving it. I don't like to have the correct time around unless I absolutely need it in my reality, and I don't. So, and I don't, but the flashing on the stove was just like, okay, no, that's too much. So my phone, not my phone, sorry, my stove is actually five hours behind. Yeah, no kidding, eh? T-Birds and Reds. In my town, there was a children's book giveaway, and it came out that it had a bad propaganda in them. Yeah, if something's free these days, kind of ask yourself why, right? Like, why is a vaccine free and you can get it in any fucking town, no matter if you're passing through and never been in that town before, barely have to show any ID? But hey, let's bring up the fucking food costs and let's make gas almost like, you know what I mean? Unbuyable. Like, fuck. Question everything. Yeah, Shannon, you remember telling me the story about the stuff freezing while you were trying to clean the windows? Yeah, yeah, and honestly, it's still too chilly. Like, it's just rude for like. Could I open the windows now because it wouldn't freeze? We're hovering at 0-ish. Hey, Polly, I see you down there. I'm just catching up, dude. It's hovering at 0-ish, so like the Windex or the vinegar, whichever I choose to use, won't freeze, but it's just counteractive to the heat that is on in the house. So I'm just gonna wait till I can open the windows and do it in a way that that there's not heat going out for no reason.
Be able to open the windows this summer because I remember last time summer it was very hot.
Yeah.
And
Interesting flow of emotion, staying grounded and flowing. Thanks for asking. How are things going in your world? Today feels like more like I just fucking give up. I don't give a fuck. And that sucks balls because I like giving lots of fucks, but that's how today feels. And it's not bad. It's just kind of hollow, but oh well. That hollow feeling is the empty chalice, and the empty chalice means it's ready to be filled, right? If that makes any sense at all. Hi, Emoji King. T-Birds, I'm so happy I made you laugh, Jen. Keep it up, Buttercup. Me prefers laughter to just like rah, rah, rah. Yeah, Michigander, free will, but will you be free? I think that what freedom is ultimately is just kind of misconstrued sometimes of what it actually is, eh? And freedom alone just gets boring as fuck. I mean, you know what I mean? To be honest, because I'm free. But it's like putting Billy Idol, Dancing with Myself, on repeat since childhood, amplified, right? Like, if we were meant to dance by our fucking selves, then why is the magnet of us lit to find other people, and why does it just feel boring after a while, right? Seahorse, watch and wait, of course. Just sit there and watch and wait. I worked at Mr. Tux in high school. Those frilly shirts. Oh my gosh, that's like my lifelong dream to have my own frilly shirt. I just never have. I just never have had one. Polly, massive hugs. Happy Sunday to all of you gorgeous people. Yeah, how's it going, Polly? Hey, Allie Berry. Raw Army sees you down there, girl. Whoop, whoop. Allie Berry loves you. How's it going? T-Bird. I was 8 or 9 and they taught us how to survive a nuclear blast or an earthquake behind a wall or in a doorway. And then they asked us, 80% of the world is water and none to drink. How do we make drinkable water? Yes, Andrea, always for the underdog. Same, always. Always. The underdog usually ends up winning too, right? We take for them. It's the same as if I go fishing and somebody says, this is the kind of lure that you need right now for the fish that are around us. And it's like, okay, but that one's pretty. I'm going to use that lure instead. And then it's like, no, Michelle, you cannot use that lure. You won't catch any fish. None of the fish around here jump for those lures. And it's like, okay, but I still want to use that one because it's pretty. And then boom, right? Here, fishy fishies. Who gets the fishy? The pretty lure that doesn't make any sense. The underdog. Annie D. Walking on North Oatman Road. Sun trying to burn through haze. Nice and warm. Perfect. Carrying my rosary and my Elmer Fudd hat. Rar, me loves you. I got one of my rosaries right here. That is such a sync that you would say that. I knew where it was, but I took it out the other day. I had it on, I had it on top of the fridge in my pink Medieval Times cup. And then it was like, I saw it the other day and I took it out. I was like, just hang around. Hang around there, Rosemary. T-Bird, smoking blunts and wearing my 4 non-blondes hat. What's going on? Holy shit, where did you find that hat? Right on. It's cold again for you too, Michigander. It's warming up a little bit for us. Like it's not, but the nights are super cold, which is awesome. That's what makes good maple syrup. Milder days, colder nights. So thanks, Allie. I took a bunch of hair off. Yeah, I did. I'm not really liking the boxiness of it, so I'm gonna be doing something else at some point. I just last night it was like, fucking stop taking chunks off because you're going to end up with like just it was getting irritating, so I stopped taking chunks off, but it feels too boxy. Polly says, emoji, I would grow more, but I don't want to get caught. Yeah, that's the cool thing about Canada right now, no joke, is the complete, like, yeah, there's like supposed limits and stuff, but you know what I mean? It depends how many adults and all that shit, like whatever, there's still some laws to it, but the fact that it is legal and that there's just so much benefit of having the dispensaries everywhere as well, right? For real, it's changed certain things, and the ripple effect when it's exposed with the truth would shock people, right? Meaning certain crimes, certain things just not existent anymore, meaning to put yourself in a fucking situation like Shannon just exited. She's gone to clean her windows, but you know, if you listen to her last vid, instead of putting yourself into a situation of having to find something that helps your body, you just go buy it wherever you fucking choose. Like, we've even got places here now that it's like, we'll match. If somebody else is selling what you want less, we're going to match that price. So you don't have to drive, or you don't have to get it from somewhere else. So it's like big time right now of like, it's somebody who's a grower, it's worth it. But somebody who doesn't do that doesn't have to find a grower or somebody who's selling it anymore. So they're safer, right? So back in the day, if you had pot and you were traveling across Canada, you had to find somebody to sell you some. But now you just walk into a dispensary on any fucking street corner, right? Like, there's a big safety towards like not having to search for something, that it's right there. and to the point where there's so many places you can actually pick and choose which one feels the best to walk into, or which one you're going to get to know people and they're going to like suggest stuff to you. Every dispensary that I've only been into a handful of them because I tend to just go back to Canaleaf. I find the one that feels good, and I can't go there anymore. I don't have a car, but anyways, um, they got so many deals that you can get, like, seriously, like, it's fucking insane. If you think about it, you can get like a certain amount of pot for like just a couple bucks because they got a deal going on where they want to promote something. So it's amazing, and it's huge, like what it's doing as well for visibility of people who hid that they smoked it versus you just walk into a store and get it, right? It's huge, huge. I know certain people who work in certain dispensaries, and that, like they say, I still, even if it's been months, I'm shocked at who comes in, like, because when you know locals from childhood because you've lived in a certain place since you're a kid, and now you're seeing all the people that just naturally will walk into a dispensary and get what they want in a way that is completely legit. It's safe, it's okay. And the dispensaries around here, I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again, it's the reflection more of like a jewelry shop in its safety and its the simplicity of how they show the products. It's not creepy. There's always somebody, what's it called, there's always security. There's cameras everywhere. It's safer to walk into a dispensary right now than to go to a fucking local grocery store, right? Like, seriously, for real. Andrea, I grew up catching crabs off a dock with string chicken necks and a net. Right on. Emoji says, "Aw, damn, now I want a fish dinner. Poor fishy." Aw, right on, Allie. What kind? Allie, we just started serving fresh fish at the restaurant. It's so delicious and going well. Right on. That's awesome. That gives me shivers. I'm so happy for you guys that, like, through the whole, like, pandemic type of thing, that, you know what I mean? Like, how different communities and different businesses were able to sustain or not certain things. Alaskan Pollock? Right on, Pollock. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Neato. Around here, I'm in a community that not many actual privately owned restaurants have managed to stay open or have limited what they do in the last 2 years. So the reflection of what's happening in my community where I live is like fucking sad, to be honest, right? This being said, I don't know the higher story of certain people, of if they were already sick of having this business and it's like been good for them. But I know certain people that I had conversations with at the beginning of COVID, and I've held space for women and men who, you know what I mean? Because when you know the biz and then you get into a conversation, right? Who openly cried because they're like, I don't know how to do what I don't know what to do. And this was a year and a half ago, before even severe lockdowns and certain mandates came into place. The confusion of being a restaurant owner, like one lady said, the confusion of I order certain things a certain week and then a new mandate comes in and I'm limited to how many people, so I just ordered food and supplies, but I won't be allowed to sell that amount of food and supplies, so I have to figure out a way how to eat, like there's a lot of fresh food that goes through a real restaurant, and that's why chain restaurants are surviving so well as well. They don't have fresh food, right? You don't go into certain places and ask for just a raw egg. It doesn't matter how many fucking egg dishes they have on their menu, they don't have actual eggs. They have like the shaky stuff that's already in a big bag or in a box that they pour. They have boiled eggs for salads that they already bought boiled. Really, like, this is what the background of chain restaurants looks like. You can't ask for just a fresh raw egg. It doesn't exist in the restaurant, but the menu says it's fresh because they're allowed to say that, but it's not actually. Right? It's like when you go to a restaurant, it says, like, fresh artisanal bread. Well, it's coming out of a box that says artisanal, and they put it in the oven, so it's considered fresh. But there was no fucking baker. There's no yeast that exists in that restaurant. You ask an employee, and they don't even know how to bake bread, right? They don't even have the base of knowing how to bake bread. It's like, well, what do you mean bread comes in a box? Well, we don't bake bread. Like, seriously. Ah, nice. Emoji King. I'm smoking out of a new skull pipe. My pal Charlie just brought it to me from Mexico. Whoa, neato. That's like double energy, like friendship, and then a different ley line of energy. I love it. Andrea, we have a lot of flounder around here. Right on. Allie, I've always enjoyed seafood. I'm not a big fan of seafood unless I'm by the sea, and even then, it's not my go to. Um, but I've always cooked it for other people, but I'm not a big fan. That being said, I've only been to the Pacific a certain amount of times and to the Atlantic a certain amount of times. So like the availability of trying and enjoying certain things has been very limited in my life. Andrea, I like the outdoor homegrown. I don't want the GMO stuff. Boom. Yeah, you just nailed something too about, like, no matter how I shout out Canada and the dispensaries and certain things, there's a heck of a lot of difference between the quality, the kind of certain side effects, I would say, with the dispensary pot. Meaning that certain stuff will give me like a neck ache because of the chemicals and that they're allowed to use, whereas the outdoor homegrown, that, you know what I mean, like, so, especially certain ways, won't do that to me. So I do recognize that although the dispensaries are there and amazing, that it's a little bit like the liquor store. You don't know exactly what you're getting within the chemical cocktail of the vodka, the beer, and all those things, compared to craft breweries or people who would do moonshine and stuff, right? So the good part of it versus with the, know thyself and thy body, because just because the dispensaries are available and there's so many different stuff, it doesn't mean that our bodies don't react to it in certain ways because of the products that are legally allowed to be used to grow certain things, right? Hey, Simon says, how's it going, Simon? Yes, Allie. Me too, Andrea. It's so cool how each fruit and veggie grown has its own unique flavor. Yeah, and that's the thing too, Allie. Once you've had access to like gardens or people who share, right, the exchange of energy of true gardens and true, fruits and vegetables, like once you know how something actually tastes versus what you could have ate all your life, it's like, whoa, right? So one of the things that I've only ever been anywhere in my life once, and it was to Punta Cana in 2001. And I already knew that certain fruits and vegetables didn't taste the same, in other continents, in other countries, and in other land, and in other dirt, and all of that. But the whoa of what, a banana actually can taste like, and cantaloupe, and certain things is like, it's huge, right? It's so hard to step back and then buy the products that are available in the Northeast and You know what I mean? It's like you've opened Pandora's box of flavor, and then you can't get that back. Uh, right? One of the hardest things for me in the last four, going into my fifth year now, is to not have the ability to have a garden. In Tamagami, the garden that I sustained, that was amazing. The being able to grow sunflowers, looking back, it's like for no wonder my last year of having the land that I had with the soil that I had that was pure, and just the availability of the abundance to buy what I needed to manifest the gardens. And like for no wonder I grew, and I had so many sunflowers that year. For no wonder they grew in abundance so tall that it was like, fucking mind blowing. 12, 13 feet tall sunflowers, is to have the feeling of like, okay, this is gonna be your last year for a hell of a long time, so it's gonna be like amazing. You know what I mean? But then you're gonna be like years and years like wondering, how am I gonna get back to that feeling and that the freedom of the own land and garden, right? It's huge. T-Bird, here they change the laws as they go. If you live in a town or a country, dude got to shot a kid in the chest with a pellet gun for stealing his weed. Yeah, exactly. I'm not even gonna get into that. In Canada, I get it. Yeah, Andrea, I don't know exactly what you're bouncing off of for that comment, but I fully agree. If he was a real one, he would share the weed, give it freely, then reap more. Duh. Yeah, in order to bypass certain laws and stuff, grow as much as you can, and always on rotation of something. But yeah, the whole sharing and giving freely and stepping out of the matrix programs of, it's all about me, myself, and I, is huge. Yeah, T-Birds. Store-bought weed has the chemicals in it. So does my homegrown, but it's my homegrown. Yeah, there's a difference between choosing and knowing exactly what you're using. But, oh man, nice. Andrea, I'm stuffing my face with Three Musketeers. They are so freaking good. Yeah, we had a chocolate rampage about a week ago, meaning we had chocolate gifted, and it was just like, okay, now it's gone. Now it's gone. Now it's gone. Oh, yesterday I was like kind of desperately seeking chocolate, and it's like, okay, there's no Secrets chocolate stash, there's no Nutella left. So I was sucking on peanut butter, trying to like just, okay, peanut butter is enough. Peanut butter is enough right now by the spoonful. I don't even have a chip it. Desperate chocolate is like Chip-Its, right? Like chocolate chips for baking. That's what I call desperate chocolate. That chocolate that no, this is for baking. We can't eat it. And then, yeah, I don't even have that right now. Emoji King says, Fruitarian for a week. Anyone want to join us? Charlie and I are going to do 10 days and then maybe go to McDonald's afterwards. Oh my god. No, I'm not on board with being mandated of what I need to eat for a week. That's for fucking sure. T-Bird, I used to love symphony bars and paydays. We don't have those here. Allie says, I hear you, Jen. One day at a time. My folks are smart. We would probably have gotten closed down if I were in charge. The idea of the government telling us how to run the biz was a joke for me. Yeah. Yeah, I thank God and all my angels that I wasn't a part of any of certain industry as a leader to have to make certain choices, because that's a whole other level of a timeline during these COVID times, for real. Um, right? The allowing to play the game just enough to stay safe and open, and to just, you know what I mean, to keep the sovereignty of self by sacrificing certain things that you would not want to do, you don't believe in, but it is ultimately for the greater good, for real. You know what I mean? For real. And it's like the same way as I never wore a mask until the like true full like huge lockdown. And it wasn't because I was afraid or whatever, because everybody will let somebody in at some point. The mandate is not a law, right? It is not a law. But how it felt, how people were in such fear, and how people were so tired. Because here's the thing of it all is, by being somebody who goes to certain places all the time, you see who year after year in the last 2 years has worked sustained for the last 2 years, compared to other, some people came and went. But like some people that I've spoken to, and I ask questions, and people will answer. They need the place, the witness. I've asked people, like, I see you all the time, I only come out a certain amount of times. Have you even had a vacation this year? And being looked at and said no. Actually, every time it was my turn for vacation, somebody else got sick, and I had to come in, you know. And the ultimate thing of how, in the last 2 years, watching businesses where people are actually sick and they're still at work because they're being told you're going to lose your job, or you have to come toe the line. It doesn't matter if you've got the sniffles and you're supposed to be home for 5 days, come in anyway, right? So the whole bullshit of owners and managers who are supposed to follow a certain mandate, and they do, the ones that are sacrificing their employees' life, making them wear a mask every day. But then when it comes to actually, making sure that employees are safe, if they actually believe in COVID, making them come in anyways. That's the biggest, hardest part of watching the shit show play out, is how hypocritical people will be to follow one thing to the letter, but then not follow other things for real. So watching employees who are in the middle of like their ultimate burnout, but showing up anyways because they're the only caregiver for their whole family. In the last 2 years, people have sustained like major injuries and traumas to their physical bodies. So I have seen more women towing the line for their whole family, saying, my man can't work right now. He's been off work for a year. Back surgery and all this, and every time he's almost recovered, something else happens to his body, right? And I've had women like completely break down crying, saying, I'm so tired, I shouldn't even be here, but if I'm not here, we're fucked, right? We're fucked. So and you say that, and to Ali, I'm going to keep bouncing off your comment even if I'm late in the chat, of how if it was me, if it was you that would have the restaurant, not your parents, you'd probably be closed down. For myself, it was always very easy for me to be the muse, for me to be the inspiration, for me to be the face, for me to cook, for me to multitask a million different things all at the same time and have it look super easy. My kids coming in, even if they were little children, and being all over the place. But the ultimate of the managing the money and the physical labor that my restaurant always needed, because I bought a money pit that had never been sustained, of putting money into it to make sure the building would stay safe, coded, and all fucking stuff. So I bought a money pit that was constantly in need of upkeep and complete. Like, when the person came and looked at the electricity, he was like, you are so fucked. And I was like, what do you mean I'm so fucked? I had the place looked at before and everything's legit. Are you telling me it's not legit? He's like, it's legit for now. But when the timeline comes in of boom, these systems aren't accepted, you are from top to bottom of this building not going to be legal. And he's like, I can't tell you when this is going to happen, but it will happen. Because in that timeline, what was actually happening was the friars and the I don't know the word in English, the vents, the ventilation. That was the crackdown the year that I bought my restaurant. So buying my restaurant, but knowing that within 2 years I had to change every single fucking thing physically that was the ventilation in the kitchen. No matter how the one that I had worked perfectly fine, but it wasn't legal anymore, right? So all that I did make, and then how much I had to borrow to make sure to be legal to actually stay open, and then still having one thing break after another, one other thing always coming in, always coming in, always coming in. So, you know, Polly, for you guys, the growers here have to just keep their head down in case the paramilitaries get wind. The cops don't mind the small time. Yeah, I think that's the same for anywhere. If people are just actually growing for themselves, nobody really cares, right? Like, why would you go, like, do a raid at a single dad's house who's growing like fucking 20 plants for his own personal consumption and to give away to people, right? Like, that doesn't fucking change anything ultimately for a community, right? T-Bird. They can use what they say on YouTube against you if you claim you didn't know the laws. Oh, you have the YouTube channel. Let's have that a go. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Okay, Polly, I'm gonna have to eke out of my data for a few days, folks. I'll be back soon. Thanks for the warning, Polly. It's nice to know instead of just wondering, hey, where Polly is. I've had a couple timelines in the last year, especially from Christmas till the 9th of January, where it's like I only had a certain limited amount of data. I was only focusing on a certain amount of stuff to be able to have it for the 2 weeks because I didn't have like the ability to just have the Wi-Fi and go and be wherever I wanted. It was a nice break too. I told everything in myself when the Wi-Fi was going down last night. It was like, if you're meant to go down, go down solid. Don't fucking poke in and out. Go down solid. Go down for a day. Go down for a week. Just fucking be down. Don't fucking play with me that like it works 1 minute and then it doesn't work. It's either meant to work or it's not. Right? If it's not meant to work, that means Mama Bear is not supposed to be streaming, and all this fucking energy that I'm putting out, not necessarily getting back, is just done. Right? Just fucking take it or don't. Right? Boom. And so I did the reset this morning. First thing you got to do when the internet's not working right, fucking unplug it and plug it back in. Right? You ever called tech support? That's the first thing they're going to say. And so it started working. I was like, okay, here we go. Yeah, T-Bird, homegrown food tastes so much better. Yeah, in the last years, well, in 2019 when I sold pretty much everything, I sold all my canning and stuff, because I was realizing that buying even what is marketed at the fruit market, at the fresh veggie stands as certain food, it tasted the same as what I could buy at the grocery store, even if I could buy it like whatever in slabs of tomatoes or beets or pickles, cucumbers that I would transform into pickles. But I was realizing that for the investment of buying somebody else's stuff who would say this is like local grown, but it's the same goddamn stuff as at the grocery store. And the taste was not the same. Like the essence of the food was not the same. So yeah, T-Bird, I give my neighbors free food and weed, no complaints. Yeah, I think that's what I miss the most of like where I lived years ago, and just the exchange of energy of if I had stuff, the being having people to actually gift it to, right? One of my favorite things to do was to make sure that when I did anything that I made a little bit and that I would go put it on my boss because the office stayed open all the time. So I would go put stuff in his little office just so he'd have a snack on the go and just like surprise that feeling, right? If I went and got farm fresh eggs for the traveling I had to do to go get it, which wasn't super big, but I would buy four dozen and then gift one away just because, like, why not, right? Hey, Juice from the Sky, he's still late in the chat as per usual, which is always good because otherwise I got nothing to say. T-Bird says no Nutella. We had a stepmom, her name was Rosella. See the resemblance? She made our life horrible. I would just turn that around. There's too many Roses and Ellas. Ooh. Homemade Nutella is really good too. It's very simple to make. You just need the action. Emoji King. Oh my gosh, dude. The reason we only eat fruit is to dissolve the tumors and clean out the arteries so we can clog them up again. Oh, man. Oh, nice. Emoji Queen is making chicken ziti and broccoli. Roar. Mia's not had that in forever. Allie, I've been thinking about a juice fast. Is tomorrow the day? Maybe so. Yeah, ground it with the energies at the same time, eh, Allie? That feeling of like being empty with the energies or having to be full for me is a huge thing. So meaning just certain energies are flowing through and I need to be like full at some point in my day, or otherwise I'm just like neither here nor there. It's part of the reason why I don't need or actually desire a lot of meat, but when my body says ground it, then you can be sure I'm making a shepherd's pie or making a burger. That's my go-to. Especially with the energies coming in. And like, to be honest, I'm going to be straight up honest. I don't want to be in 3-4D very much, right? All right, let's go, right? But have the feeling of, this is where the part of my purpose is the vacillating, right? The vacillating of it. So how to make it safest and easiest for my body, because I am neither here nor there. I'm here, but constantly like just like ebbing and flowing, right? So hey, Sasquatch Mind Control, how's it going, dude? How's it going, eh? Sees your comment encouraging my Sam, well, our Sam, Samantha. I love it. As easy and as flow as we all are, the ones of us that do this, guess what? It always is not as simple as it fucking seems to just, get her done and do what's guided of us. Write out what's guided of us. Share what's guided of us. So I fucking love when I see y'all encouraging and supporting, right? Because as much as everything can always look rosy and feel like it's so much easier for other people, guess what? It's not. It's actually not. It's actually fucking harder to show up all the fucking time, kind of holding hands for people who are not on some level sometimes than it looks, right? Scarab beetle, magic works through you. 52, 5 and 2, 7. Same, T-Bird. Yeah. T-Bird says, Jen, I worked in the food service industry for 40 years plus. I would get hurt, try to call in, I lost my job. Nothing's changed. Peeps with COVID are working, and I don't eat out. I know what happens in a restaurant. For me, because I was management and had my own restaurant, I damn well know that if somebody gets hurt or wants to call in sick or shows up and is sick, they got sent home. Right? It's like, holy fuck, you can barely take care of yourself. There's no fucking way that I want you in my kitchen or I want you on the floor. I'll do more. I'll find somebody else. I'll figure it out. You need to fucking rest. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. No, you're not. Go home and rest today, and then you'll be able to show up the rest of the week. Stay here today, you could actually fucking hurt yourself. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's a whole other level when you really feel the accountability of the responsibility of being a leader instead of being the fucking puppet show leader that doesn't even fucking know how to wash their own grill, right? For example, some people have had restaurants their whole life. They're investors. They have restaurants, but they have no idea how to actually get her done and run their own restaurant. And often they're the ones that don't treat people so good because they have no clue what it's like to fucking, slave over the fucking dishes and be sweating your fucking ass off for hours on end, right? So just because you got money and you can buy a fucking restaurant don't mean that you know the ins and outs of it. And glory be to those who could have been in the investor. I got the money, but actually do the stuff, right? Actually go and wash dishes. Actually go and fucking like teach me. Like that was the best thing about Rob at Tamagami Shores. He'd be like, I've had this for a certain amount of time. It's got this, it's got that, it's got that. But there's stuff I still don't know how to do, Michelle. And if you are open to teaching, most chefs have always said, get out of my fucking kitchen, Rob. I'll figure everything out. But I'm the kind of guy who's like, if you teach me how to do something, I will do it. If you tell me, go do dishes, Rob, go do this, Rob, go do this, I'll fucking do it. But if you tell me to get out of your kitchen, you got it, I can't help you because I don't know what to do for you. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah. Like, if I'm ever here and I'm not supposed to be sitting at the fucking table, like with my family enjoying my lunch, if you guys are in the kitchen fucking like sweating your balls off, trying not to fucking cry, if you need my help, tell me. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. For real. There are those types of people. But yeah, the restaurant and just service industry in general, like grocery stores or corner stores or just, you know what I mean? It's like, get your ass to fucking work. I don't care how you feel. And that's the whole matrix, the whole program of not taking care of the people. You chose to have a certain business, then you take care of your people like family. But here's the reflection of somebody who has a business, how they treat their employees. Imagine how they're actually treating their family. For real. It might look all rosy and decorative and amazing, but it's not. It's not. Allie Berry, your Wonder Woman, Jen, and Wonder Woman still needs person, time, and space too, though. Yeah, Wonder Woman needed like a safe haven, a spot to land, because otherwise, it's not so wondery and full. It really isn't. Allie, yes, it's good to prepare mentally and emotionally for a fast, but sometimes I'll find that I'm already in one and then I keep it going. Yeah, and that's how I roll. I don't know if I'm going to be needing certain things, but I just naturally don't need them. So, you know, Emoji. I love restaurants. I just can't go in there anymore because I won't get yeah. I tend to not love restaurants as much or at all anymore because I find that to actually go somewhere and that people are enjoying what they're doing, old school style, they're actually at work, they're actually present, is almost non-existent. So, you know what I mean? What's the fucking point of exchanging energy, because that's what restaurants essentially used to be. They were a gathering place for people to feel like safe, comfort, to have food, to have company, to have people to talk to. Um, you know what I mean? There's nobody that ever really came to my restaurant that, you know what I mean? I didn't try or become something for them, and that's that old school way of greeting somebody off the street that is just passing through as if they're important, because they are, and not just because they're coming to pay for something, but because, especially people who travel for work, even if they have families at home, it's a sacrifice. It's fucking a harsh fucking life when you are making money on a job that you're on the road. And, so to be able to be kind, to comfort people. When I was my first bar, motel, restaurant type place that I ever worked at, that was not my parents, was in my 20s. And the one of the crews that we had of the miners, they were the helicopter team that did the surveying the land and did certain things. So they were with us for, I think it was 3 months. They'd be there 2 weeks, take a week off, or be there like 3 weeks, take a week off, and come back and back and back. Same dudes. And by the end, they were just shocked to be cared for like family, instead of just like, numbers and people who to make money. Like, to the point where the last week they were there, they were like, gather up whoever wants of you guys and your families who wants to come up in the helicopter. And we were like, what? I think I was 22 at the time. I was like, what? Right? He's like, yeah, we're not joking. We've already decided this like a long time ago, that you guys have treated us like family, and we're going to do the ultimate thing of what we can do to exchange an energy, that we're going to bring you up in the helicopter. And if you have a friend, or if you want to be accompanied by a certain person, or if you want to give somebody the dream of, do you want to come up in a helicopter with me, just let us know. We just need to know the numbers. You know what I mean? That's it. How many times we're going to go up. We've already did everything that we need to do to make it look how it needs to look. And it was like the ultimate of like, holy shit. Like, the completely without trying, of just being ourselves as a crew, team, as a business, and the recognition and the validation, right? Flying a helicopter is, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, there's a cost to it. There's legalities to flying helicopters over certain land masses in Canada. You know what I mean? And it was like, we don't give a shit about, we're doing this. You know what I mean? That exchange of energy for the actual validation of knowing. But yeah, to go into a restaurant these days and to have somebody's 100% focused attention, where they actually care that you're there, is so fucking rare, especially with COVID and the fear and people working because they have to versus because they want to, and how it feels to I can't even imagine being in a restaurant kitchen or on the floor wearing a mask. I've only ever been able to sustain wearing a mask for about 10 to 15 minutes, and that's it, because what it does to my body, right? Especially now, it's winter, so I'm dressed to not be cold as I step in and out of the car. But then when I'm in the grocery store, it's like fucking hot, right? So I got my mucklocks on, my big coat on, and then I got a mask on. I've told people before, like, fuck, if I pass out, like, fucking, like, without even having the mask on. Why? Because of the fucking energy in the stores and how it actually feels to be surrounded by this world. is enough to fucking make me fucking hyperventilate this edge of a close fucking panic attack. And okay, it's up to me to do my stuff and my inner work, but how it actually feels to be in this world, that's it's what it is. I I can't even imagine. They're playing with so many words for Ontario, and there's so many different dates. So the one little thing that you all see in America thinking like, "Oh, Ontario is almost liberated. They're going to have no mask soon," is the same fucking smoke and mirrors puppet show that's played out everywhere else, because the words that are there, the dates, nothing matches. Nothing matches that's coming to me of stuff. So thinking that in like 2 weeks, or maybe is it six? I don't know, because there's different reports coming out that there's actually going to be people who stop wearing their masks is like, woo, right? They're giving people little inches so that people can believe they've won, but you know what I mean? That's not what's actually happening. T-Bird, I never saw a waitress or waiter wash their hands. Money's filthy. It goes into the kitchen too. I always had a bucket with bleach water in my kitchen. Yeah, my cash when I had my own restaurant was like boom. The cash was there and the sink was right there, to the point where the money would go flying into the sink sometimes. So everybody could witness. And I had an open concept kitchen as well, so everybody could see in. All right? They could see what we actually did. They knew. They knew what we did. Allie, I'm anal about hand washing. Lotion in winter is the only way to survive. I don't use any lotions. It's just coconut oil for me. But yeah, when I do and when I did work restaurants, my hands, especially in winter, were like, they looked like I was like AT. First of all, the calluses all right here from the cutting. And then the actual texture of my hands, of the cracking, because of all the hand washing. And this is before I even discovered coconut oil, so I would wonder if I had that kind of setting of a life now, would my hands still do the same? Because coconut oil is the only thing I use on my body no matter what. But you know what I mean? Like I can see myself, and my hands are like cut, and like just it's not blood coming out, but all the scars, right? And all that raw, like looking hamburger skin is my hands. And people asking, like, why are you washing your hands again? Why aren't you wearing gloves? Like, how can you be working today? Like, your hands look like, and it was like, well, you get used to it. You do what you got to do, right? I don't even feel it anymore until I'm done my end of the day. And then I lie down and I try to sleep. And then my hands are like in a cartoon. But you don't notice it as you're doing it, right? T-Bird, I'm blessed to have a camera and a laptop and the knowing of how to use them. Phones suck. I started my channel with zero. Borrowed my brother's cricket phone. Hey, Juice from the Sky. How's it going, Tommy? Yeah, the shift is really getting crazy for sure. The room is shaking. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah. I was watching Polly's video earlier, and he's got his little pot plants, and they're all kind of, I called it shivery, right? His little pot plants are all shivery the whole fucking vid, and I was like, that's me. That's me. That's what I feel like and look like. But you don't see my shivers. You don't see what it looks like, what it feels like to be me, but that's me. Allie says, I feel you, Juice. We are riding the wind. Yup. And the wind speaks way louder than the words or the things that people think that they're holding in. It's all over. Everything is all over. Every single fucking thing is everywhere. Allie says, yes, Jen, the grounding and the growing and the affirmations, they help me to feel more in myself and excited for the unknown. Boom. You just nailed it at why sometimes I can vacillate and I forget to just use the simplest repetitive affirmations for myself. They don't have to be complicated. They don't even have to be more than just, sometimes just saying breathe, just breathe, breathe, just breathe. That's my affirmation. It's well enough, right? The forgetting to use my own tool of the easiest thing I can do for myself is what sometimes is my biggest downfall. That's a Genevieve quote, not my own, but it's perfect for right now. Oh, my quotes is your quotes, dude. Hey, D Case. How's it going, D? Emoji meet a couple of times a month or so works for some fruitarians. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just because I speak of certain things doesn't mean that I'm not actually eating so much of them, or just because, like, you know what I mean? So it's so moderate that somebody else would be like, "What do you mean? That's the kind of burger you eat, right?" Because like my fucking meat patty is so thin. It's just enough for what I need. Like there's more bread, there's more vegetables than there is actual meat, right? So the implication, even people have been disgusted with me because I speak about pizza. Because as soon as you say the word pizza, they see a box and they see a chain restaurant, and that's the pizza that's embedded in their head. But it's like, dude, if you saw my fucking pizza, it's a bread bed for vegetables. It could have amounts of cheese on it or none. Like there is so many ways to make pizza that even fucking bubba gum fucking shrimp shit, pizza goes even farther than that, right? It's huge. So the imprinting of what people believe pizza to be, because either that's all they ever had or that's what they just, that imprint, like pizza has nothing to do with being in a fucking box to me, right? So hey, Delaney Pearl Jones. How's it going? Oh, Tommy, yes, I second that. My brain feels like it's being sucked out by a vacuum cleaner. Yes. And I feel that the vacuum cleaner comes to my heart and is like, "Yo, bitch, you thought you was doing good. Here, I'm gonna suck a little more energy out of you, and you self-sustain to get it back." And I'm gonna say this out loud. It was 3 days ago. I forget the name, but I only poked in because I was like, "There's something in here I need to hear." And it was in the moment of 10:20, and it was about 3 days ago. Wasn't yesterday, could have been the day before. Anyways, in the last fucking 72 hours, Paul White Gold Eagle, put out a transmission. Forget what it was called. It was the one with the crap. Anyway, whatever. The Split. Boom. The Split is what it was called. And in the moment, timestamp about 10:20, his voice saying out loud, reading somebody's transmission, I forget it is to shout that person out, said, "This ascension awakening is not supposed to hurt so much." And that's what's been coming through to me for years, but especially in the last 3 weeks. This is not supposed to hurt so fucking much, physically or emotionally. And the reason that it is because of the fucking shit show bombarding of the stuff, right? Because as much as I don't ever want to focus on that, because energy flows where my attention goes, that is real. Me saying out loud, my body can't sustain this much fucking longer, because it's not my inner wounds that are making me feel that way. It's the constant fucking bombarding of what is in the air and every single thing. And how my timelines and stuff are in so much flux that every single fucking day these things are available, and there are marks and soul contracts and certain things to be hit for me to have a certain reality, and they are not. So the seeing from the bird's eye view of the exact certain things that are offered and put out, right? And calculate how much one live stream, one vid, and the investment of time of my comments that I put in of a full day's work, And what energy actually comes back is fucked up, man. And that's huge. And it's not the monarchy and certain things holding that back. It's the actual players not choosing to embody certain things at all times, every fucking day, all the time. Right? We are like at a certain level of being who we are, and we see souls. It means we see the higher self, we see the wounded child, we see the happy child, we see the boy inside the man, we see the goddess inside the woman who thinks that she's not of a goddess energy, but we see her even more than she might ever see herself. Or will she finally see herself, because we don't have the feeling of, oh, that's a meat package, that's what this person is. It's so beyond what we actually see and feel and know, that that space between of people stepping into that is surreal. Allie, I rarely eat meat, but sometimes I will go in if it feels special or I crave it. Yeah. I think that judging ourselves and denying if we crave it, and sometimes it's the memory. Um, Corey did a live stream where he was eating Pop Tarts about a month ago, maybe. Founders of Light. And he said it straight up in ways that I'm going to try to wrap eloquently as he did. Going and eating a certain food will trigger our memory recall of the things that we need to remember to open the keys inside of us now. So, the comfort of eating a Pop-Tart, if it reminds you of your childhood, to open that childlike energy is so beneficial, versus the judgment of, like, I will never eat a fucking Pop-Tart again. Allowing that Pop-Tart. Again, this is about moderation. It's not about like, oh, I'm going to eat fucking Pop-Tarts for the rest of my life, like juice binge Pop-Tarts, right? I'm going to start juicing them. No, it got nothing to do with that. But it's allowing the memory recall. So a lot of people have, the judgment of what they allow into their body, but by not allowing the memory of something, by tasting it, by smelling it, even if the products are not actually made the same way, but like, they are close enough sometimes where, like, a couple of years ago, I got myself a box of Cracker Jacks, right? Because of the feeling of the Cracker Jack box when I was a child. The feeling of knowing that when I get to the bottom of the Cracker Jack box, there's a treat. It happened to just be a sticker, but I still fucking love stickers. So to me, the sticker was a big deal. I actually had put it on the end of my phone, because getting the sticker at the end of the Cracker Jack box made me feel like that kid feeling of, oh yeah, a lot of things offered. Go online and you can, play a certain game for free if you buy the product, but to actually have a Cracker Jack box and to be able to like chomp on it, and no, it didn't taste exactly like childhood, but in the moment when I had it, I enjoyed it, and I allowed for the memory recall of a whole childhood of how special it was, because they just weren't everyday things in the 80s for us as a family. It was, you know what I mean? So having my life recall of being in Calgary and, certain things. Even just making pancakes the other day and then cooking them as like little dollar sized reminds me and brings me back to being in Calgary at the Calgary Stampede as a child, and the smell of walking by the booths that had the pancakes they called them silver dollar pancakes. And so you could just have just a little bit and eat them as you were walking, right? You're at a like big event, like fair type of thing, like check out what the Calgary Stampede is. Would I go now? No, maybe not. But back in the day, it was like, holy shit, we got to go, right? The memory of the horses, the actual stampede, the actual races, the actual energy of being around like fucking like cowboys like everywhere, and women dressed a certain way is like one of my biggest like whoa things that ever we did in my life. And so they would cook the silver dollar little pancakes so that you could actually get it and not have to sit down, right? You could walk around eating little pancakes as you went from booth to booth and place to place, and free shows and music everywhere, right? But the memory recall of what we allow. And sometimes we don't even naturally have to eat it, right? But hearing me talk about shepherd's pie, if you don't eat that anymore, because it doesn't feel good. It's not gonna fucking feel good. And you know your body. Why would you go out and make yourself a shepherd's pie? But hearing me talk about it, boom. It's the same way as when I was on a roll of bacon jokes. At one point, Michael Joshua Lewis came in and he was like, "But Michelle, I don't eat bacon anymore. It's against everything that I do." And I was like, "But Michael, I'm not telling you to eat bacon. I'm not even promoting bacon. I just like the word. And I just like the memory of, do you remember eating bacon as a kid or in your life, and the happiness that it brought you? That you were waking up and somebody was cooking bacon and it was special." And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "That's why I talk about this." You know what I mean? Don't assume that I'm eating fucking bacon every day because I used it as a momentum of something to talk about to trigger certain things. Fuck. I make bacon and it's like one slice or two. Or I will use like one slice of bacon for a whole pasta dish for me and Lily Rose. Or a whole big pizza will have either one slice or two, really thinly cut. I'm not sitting there chunking on bacon all the fucking time. You know what I mean? Yes, Juice, it is the spring cleaning. Big time. Big time. That way, says Tom, turn off the vacuum. Juice, fucking hell. I feel strange. Yeah, me too, because yesterday I had this feeling of wholeness, and then today is just very empty, hollow, and half of me doesn't even fucking give a fuck. Not in a mean way, just it's so, everything inside is saying, "Genevieve, you know exactly what your downfall, what your fucking red flags are. Don't harness the fucking red flag path, right? Something's meant, it's supposed to come easy. You're not sitting there wee, look at me, you know what I mean? It's just supposed to flow." Thanks for coming in, Allie. You're going to be narrating today? Good. I've been popping, I don't know if you're still here, Allie. I've been popping in, but not necessarily marking myself there in the chat, putting a like, listening to your voice, but not marking myself in the chat. Why? Because I hate not being visible, but I also, if I'm not feeling chatty, I don't like the feeling of saying hello and then dropping the ball of not continuing conversation or saying hello back to anybody. And because you are so in flow of just whatever you're reading at the time, right? I hope that you're feeling inside of you that all of a sudden you're reading and you feel me and you just know that I've passed through, or that I'm actually there in the moment, right? If that makes any sense. Emoji King, I think you should. I really think you should. I saw you with John Binney, and I think you have what it takes to really put out something that could be beneficial for people, Emoji King. No joke. I gotta say that there's a stagnancy towards the information and how people say it. So we could all be saying the same thing with different words, different tone, different cadence. It's not always about showing yourself. Some people, like I told Blue the Cusp the other day, she didn't show herself. She's got a whiteboard, and those 3 vids, 4 altogether, that she put out in the last 48 hours, are soothing to me. They make me happy that somebody just gets it from the perspective of what I feel about certain things, and that she's sharing it, and how she's sharing it makes me feel happy. It makes me feel good. It's different than hearing somebody talk about stuff. It's just boom, 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 right? I love the curviness, the simplicity of the sharing of the handwriting. I could picture her making that and just like being, you know, wiping down the board and writing something else. And picturing her writing and doing it that way makes it that not seeing her do it that way is like reading a book back in the day, right? So you read a book and your imagination felt what it was like. Well, watching Blue Lucas, her vids and her whiteboard and her writing helps me use my imagination of how certain things feel, and the just the yumminess of it. There ain't nothing I like better, Emoji King, than when people just come on board and speak of what they know, what their passion is, what they feel like, right? Just boom, just do it. Because it doesn't matter if you keep saying to me, Dr. Robert Morse. It doesn't matter if I follow him. I can't sit there and listen to him the way he talks. And it's just how I am. It's got nothing to do with not resonating with the information. There's something that just, it doesn't catch my attention. It doesn't keep me in. I can't watch a fucking movie with my own daughter for 2 hours in a row. How can I watch something else if, unless I'm super engaged? And my eyes don't watch a lot of stuff, so my ears need a tone and cadence and something that pulls me in for me. And especially, Emoji King, when people think it's nobody's gonna actually listen, or this isn't important, the way I'm saying it is what pivots me faster than people who are very scripted, know what they're doing, have been doing it for years, so they have their ways of speaking that they've integrated for themselves, and it never changes. Whereas new people come in online to share their passion, their information, or are juggling with the feeling of what it looks like to share themselves, and they're always up leveling in how they do that every fucking video, every fucking time they show up. Because the comfortability of sharing yourself once and feeling safe pivots you into like looking more directly at the camera, talking more bolder instead of shying away, right? So the evolution of seeing the truth in plain sight of someone stepping into embodiment can actually feel more like a reflection of me than watching somebody who's like really good, they know their stuff, but what am I getting that's a reflection of me if somebody's already polished and saying the same thing just differently all the time? Does that make sense? Plus, the lack of being comfortable for some people, us encouraging them to feel comfortable, is the ultimate sharing is caring, and the seeing people and not expecting them to be perfect. So, right? So you're watching somebody that is not perfectly scripted and edited, and then sharing that out, how somebody else who's not perfectly scripted and edited actually gives them the courage to step in, instead of when we share all these, people who are already at a certain frequency, awareness, visibility. What do I care if somebody who's got a million fucking views, how they're saying something? I want the person who doesn't even realize that they're saying it perfectly. That's what I need. Does that make sense? And that's not saying anything yucky about the other people, but where and who we're focusing our energy, who we're cheerleading to become more and share more, when other people just been there, done that, and not my timeline right now. If that makes any sense at all, but I'm just catching up. Mike and Aphrodite, Rose Starfire, I see you guys. Emoji King, oh my god, I love helicopter rides. Especially in the fjords of Norway. Oh, I'd never done that before. Tommy, I went over New York in a helicopter in 95. Boom, holy shit. I think it would have been 95 as well for me. Could have been 96. I think it was 95 though. That one. I got off that helicopter and it was a weekend, and on Monday I was calling the flight school here in North Bay to ask them, what do I need to become a pilot? I was 22, I think, or 23, I forget. And this is back before internet and back before I literally on Monday morning I was calling the helicopter here in North Bay, part of Canadore College, to say, what do I need to become a fucking pilot? Like, that's how much I fucking loved it. And everything I needed was the exact opposite of exactly who and what I am and what I know, right? Yeah, I love helicopters. They're my metal dragons to me. That way, helicopter ride at the boat races was awesome. Juice, the CMEs are fucking me up. Yeah, I'm just going with it. And the hollowness, or the not being like super blissy today, it's it is what it is, and I really mean it when I say that it's being the empty chalice ready to be filled, instead of feeling all filled up and bubbly and over, like my cuppeth overfloweth. It's actually a good feeling to have just the boom, empty cup, right? Empty chalice. Whatever's meant to be filled, however it's meant to be filled, I have full faith in that, even if I, like, you know what I mean? It might not sound like it. Yeah, Juice, me too. Corey's helped big time understanding what is happening. Yeah, Corey comes from a perspective as well that I can have faith and trust. Meaning, when I found Corey, when he came into my timelines, he was at a certain embodiment in this reality, and he had proved certain things and done them. Whereas being told certain things by people who have the house, have the land, and have fucking certain structures that they don't, even if they experienced it in the past, they don't remember what it's like anymore to have a certain feeling inside. Corey still gets what it is like, right? He comes from the perspective of having lived, having to step into different aspects of himself for real, not just saying that he did, nor not just saying that he did like so many years ago, but not even understanding what it's like anymore for somebody who's still living those things, right? So, yeah, yeah. Having Corey that shows up on certain ways when I'm not, or when I need the validation of, am I the only one that's got these things coming through? And then he does, right? And people think too, just because I like support and watch certain people, I don't press on every single fucking vid. I'm not in every single fucking live stream watching everything front to back at all times. I really am not. Just because I shout out certain people, it doesn't mean I even actually fucking took like the whole time to watch the whole video. I think it's important to share people. It doesn't even mean that I believe in anything that they say. Me means that. Me stands by that. I don't have to believe in anything that somebody has as a perspective to still shout them out, to still want them seen, to still want them found as tribe, right? For real. And people go and think sometimes I'm gonna go watch everything that Genevieve watches and then understand certain things. It's like, but I only stepped in there for half an hour. I wasn't there for the full 2 hours. What he was talking about for the other 2 hours wasn't for me. It's not a part of my timelines, right? It was for other people. Like when he's pulling cards and saying, I don't know who exactly this is for the other day, and blah 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 of certain things, and I was sitting here going, I'm sorry, Corey, like it's me maybe, and you just don't want to say my name, but I'm sorry, it's because of me that you had to show up and pull the fucking cards. It's me. And other people are thinking that too, right? Because we're all reflections of the same energies that we're going through sometimes. But he said certain things that is the exact fucking songs that I had coming out. The exact fucking expressions. When he said something about something coming right to your door, and I was like, oh shit. Like, you know what I mean? I can want to think he's, you know what I mean? That I don't want to listen to what he's saying of certain things, but if I asked for validation and Corey's saying it out loud, yeah, word for word, song for song, flow for flow, right? And knowing when to hold them and when to fold them. You gotta know when to walk away, and you gotta know when to run. Even somebody watching me, if you're watching me for all the fucking times and every fucking thing I put out and it resonates with you, that's fucking beautiful. That's amazing. But on some level, there's got to be times where it's like, fuck, I had enough of Genevieve right now. I'm going to go watch somebody else. Right? And that's not being mean. It's just the way that it is. Emoji King, multitasking, eating, Emoji Queen's chicken, broccoli, and ziti with coffee. I'm feeling Michelle coffee. Cynthia, Emoji Queen, is going to feed Michelle the chicken. Right on. How is Michelle doing through all this? For real, Emoji King. Sorry I'm so late in the chat, you guys. I'm just gonna like scroll through and catch up and not like point out how you're in our conversation. My sky's 5D, I'm good. I haven't got the biopsy report yet. Tomorrow I have the staples removed and I'll find out more. Right on. My sky's 5D. I just returned from the dispensary with a pleasant experience and they gave me a free pipe. Boom. Super sync. I was talking about dispensaries earlier. Aphrodite, Rose, Starfire. I hope everything goes smoothly and it is benign. Yeah, I believe that it's benign, but I have been wrong and shocked before of people's timelines, right? So, my Skies 5D says my tumor, they believe, came from a previous head trauma injury. Yeah, that's what my inner belief is. Therefore, once it's removed, it's just done. In my eyes, of what my feeling is. But again, what you've chosen, what your soul, you have chosen, what you need is experiences and where you were meant to be. And the next parts, it's all, I don't know, right? Aphrodite, make sure you've gone through all the feelings and thoughts about your old trauma because it would help heal you today. And if you're avoiding something, it makes it harder for your mind to heal. Exactly. Thanks for writing that out. I hope you're still here, Aphrodite. I don't mean to be late in the chat, and I am going to have to walk around for a little break soon. I've been on for 1:13 on the 13th. Yes. And one of the things I've seen written and I've heard said is that the potential and the actual happening of test results coming in exactly the opposite as what doctors believed and what they thought and what we even believed or thought is part of the magic basically that's up in the air. Our thoughts are the making a certain reality for us, so therefore if our heart believes that we need to go through certain things, it's up for grabs. And so, you know what I mean? I'm not one to, if somebody wants to tell their journey, that's their story, but I don't want to dangle because I don't like giving the full example of who, what, where, when, but I do have people in the background saying to me, I was told one thing, and then when I had a certain test, it did not validate that one thing. It was completely the opposite. So the realization that they had to live a certain timeline of the knowing, of the feeling that it don't matter what that doctor says that's going to come out, that thing is not going to come out that way. So we are essentially, some of us, pulling certain health timelines through in ways that it doesn't matter. Example that I can use is concrete because from my life path, it doesn't really matter when I was 15 years old when my dad burned, that when we got to the hospital, the priest was coming out having given him his last rites, And that the doctors looked at us, and even if we were only 15 and 11, and my mother, they said, all three of you must go in there. It is your last goodbye to your father. It doesn't matter what he looks like. We believe that for you and your children, seeing him the way that he is after he's been given his last rites, he's lucid enough to recognize you're in the room, will be their last goodbye. So at 15 and 11, we're walked into a room where it don't matter what movie ever fucking made, and the magical fucking graphism of Hollywood, when you see a burn person that you love on a table, no Hollywood shit could ever fucking be what it actually is in real life. And to be told by the priest, the doctor, and the powers that be that this is your last chance to actually see, hear, and love your father in real life. And then the next day of, oh, he didn't die last night, and I'm speaking from the just point blank perspective, not buttering it up the way doctors will. Oh, he didn't die last night, he'll die sometime today. Oh, well, he didn't die this week, we're going to do the skin grafts, and over and over, like months. He didn't die, so maybe he won't die. He didn't, the skin grafts might work, but he's going to lose his arm. Oh, the skin grafts seem to be working. He's maybe won't lose his arm, but he'll never be able to do this. Like, you know what I mean? Like the fucking shit show of being told what they thought because of what studies show. If you're burned a certain percent of your body can't survive. And how the miracle people who do, but then once they survive, they're going, like just over and over and over. So I was blessed in my life path to have such miracle things happen. I do believe in anything, right? My daddy on his deathbed, looking away, that there was no fucking way my mind could conceive he could ever look normal ever again, ever. There was nothing of him that looked human at all. You know what I mean? And then, so, not everybody had the miracle stuff happen. Or did you, and you just, forget that part of your life where, certain things, or your own life, where there's no fucking way that some accidents, just a bump, and somebody dies or has had trauma injury for the rest of their fucking life. And other people will have an accident that the car is totaled like a pancake, and they walk out and never really have body issues for the rest of their life, right? Some people actually forget like the things that they were a part of in their life, or that the people they know of, the miracles and the real stuff that is actually possible. That's why the boldness has its magic. The title of today, like, where is the grabbing on to the truth of what we can do for ourselves, for others, for this whole collective world, versus the imprinting of the programs and the actually believing of certain things. Exactly. Cancer is emotion. I don't know if that's said blunt enough or right enough, but we all have the potential. Cancer's already there, like whatever the word, to light those things, right? To light those DNA cells in order to perpetuate a cancer for the learning or the exit that we need. Hey, Reason Ace, I see you down there. I'm just super late in the fucking chat, man. Holy shitballs. So yeah, Aphrodite, I've noticed with treating people with types of cancer, it usually has a lot of emotional trauma wrapped up inside. Yeah. And how good people who have never dealt with their emotional wounds of what it's like to be a good person in this world, and how we take on energies, how, like, givers, right? Often it's the givers. People will wonder, like, why didn't that fucker get cancer? And why does my mom, or why does this person, all she's ever done all her life is give, give, give? Well, that's why, right? The giver must step into the receiving of services, health, having the angels come and give them the hug that they never really got. Do you know that most parents and most people who are the most giving, there's nobody in their fucking background actually giving them the fucking hug? They self sustain and give, 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 give. Like for real. I know this much is true, right? I'm living it on some level. It doesn't matter how much energy I put out, I'm not getting the same fucking energy back for years, right? And the saying, being authentic and saying, my body can only sustain this fucking timeline in this fucking reality in this way for real, right? Like just at some point. That's it. My sky's 5D. They don't think mine is Cancer. Good. Thank you, Michelle. He's gonna pull a card for her. Oh my gosh. I don't care if I'm late. He's pulling a card for Michelle. Take a screenshot. Emoji King, get ready. Michelle's saying hello to you now because she heard you say her name. She's saying hello. She loves making new friends. Rawr. Ooh, the bat. Number 5. I don't know what kind of sync that could be, Emoji King, for Michelle. The bat spirit. A rebirth is assured. Roar. He's gonna read it. Sorry about being late in the chat. And I keep saying I'm sorry because of what happened last week when somebody felt so hurt that they just never came back and told me they will never come back because they didn't get enough attention. And so I'm sorry. I keep saying I'm sorry that I'm late in the chat. It is how my streams go. It is how I roll, right? Like, fuck. Trying to rush through to get there faster to caught up doesn't actually help me. That spirit, a rebirth is assured. After something has run its course and died or been released, finished, surrendered, completed, or ended, there's a promise of a new beginning. Rebirth is assured just as night gives way to dawn and the bat emerges from the darkness of a womb-like cave. Bat Spirit has come to remind you that this rebirth is a miraculous one. For the very best elements of what you had to give up in the death of the old are still present in the new, amazing life forming now. This is the miracle and magic of rebirth in every aspect of your life, including the rebirth of faith in your ability to establish new and healthy relationships. Bat Spirit reminds you, you just said she loves to make good new friends, new and healthy relationships. Bat Spirit reminds you that at present you are in unknown territory and it might feel like you are lost. However, you're called to trust that your intuition will be a reliable guide as you give birth to something new and unfamiliar. Bat Spirit asks you to trust that what seems to have died is actually shape-shifting into something even more meaningful and wondrous than before. So if you feel like you're in the dark, know that come morning, all will be revealed and things will be in a new form that is right for you. And I just want to specify, like, it's not necessarily always like tomorrow morning or the morning, right? That's what can be like, you know, it lasts sometimes a little different. Aphrodite, I'm still here, and I feel like it's benign too. If it was a brain cancer, it would show up in your lymph nodes, around your ears, face, under your shin, and around your neck. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is I haven't seen you, Mike, so I only need to see a certain amount of someone's energy for real. I do get from just the showing up this way, right? Just the showing up this way. I do get a lot of it, but like seeing your eyes is the ultimate. Seeing somebody's eyes is the ultimate, right? So somebody can say everything they fucking want to say, whatever, and but just seeing their eyes in real time is enough, right? Is more than words. It validates every fucking thing. It's just that simple. That's why, right? Whether I have to put my glasses on or not, I'm always trying to, right? That's it. Aphrodite, Raujan, how scary. Surgeons are the worst at bedside manner. No soul. Indeed. And I had 3 C-sections. So, yeah, I know the bedside manner of surgeons and nurses who just, are taking your baby out of you and basically talking about their fucking lunch, right? They're not even focused on you and your body because it could be such an easy and beautiful interaction, right? I'm going to cut you wide open and take your child out of you. But hey, I'm going to give you some energy back and love you and think that you're amazing and say nice things to you instead of just talking about my lunch and what time of break and what Susie Q wore to fucking like the Christmas party last month, for example, right? This world, this medical system, the industry of, I remember being in the Emerge and there's, 12-hour line for, whatever it is. And everybody's just fucking sitting there in triage and talking about their fucking all this shit. And it's just like, whoa, like the energy of nurses who are like slamming something down because that person in room 2 just did this to me. And oh my God, that fucking person stinks. And oh my God, this. And they think that nobody can hear, or maybe other people can't. And that's just a part of my fucking like blessing of being able to hear through walls without even knowing that's what I'm hearing, right? But yeah, people who have zero, like, they're not even at work anymore, right? Nurses are fucking texting their fucking kids or their fucking ex or their fucking this and doing all their shit. They're 12 hours a day as they're supposed to be, like fucking a caregiver. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. None. Zero. Hello, I'm Michelle. I'm 56-year-old, and I like men and food, and I'm mute, and is a quadriplegic. But I'm smart as a motherfucker, and I graduated English in high school. I love it. Yeah. Oh, Mike. I'm so happy for you. Me still not heard my dudes. They're not here. My Sky's 5D, a huge flock of northern honkers just right over me now, Genevieve. Yeah, I'm living vicariously to those posting videos that the geese are close. Thank you very much to anybody who does that. And they might be, like, there might be some at the lake right now, but I just haven't gotten there on foot yet. Emoji King finishes that sentence with, and I communicate with Jack Emoji King in a special way, and we have long conversations where I teach him a lot. Yup. Yup. I completely. Thanks for sharing that, Jack. That makes me smile. My skies, are you sending a message? It's divine and on time. 100 plus geese heading south. If it's tight, a studied formation. You have heard it a lot lately, Reason Ace? My eyes. Thank you. I'm going to put it and watch later, or I can't save it. How do I save it if I can't save it? I can play it. Oh shit, that would be me. That's me. I would do that too. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is why I probably don't have a bike, guys. Because I would try that. I'm sorry, sweetie. Shit! It's always the fucking bushes that get me too. Oh my gosh. This one time in BC, I was coming down a coming down a mountain, to be honest, on my bike. And I just kind of looked because it was like, ooh, squirrel. I saw something, and that's not a good time to like, don't look at anything when you're going down. Focus on the fucking trail, Michelle. But yeah, so I squirreled for a second, and then I ended up like, wee! In like a thicket full of brambles and burrs where this was in 2010, and there's probably still some coming on my ass today, like no joke, embedded in me. And I was in such pain and bruised and fucking poked and prodded. Like there was fucking thorns in places where, oh my gosh, every rose has its thorn, right? But it wasn't roses. It was an even more prickly bush. It was the kind of bush that they would use in movies to deter princes and knights of going through the forest. That's how thick the fucking whatever thicket of fucking shit that I was like, oh. Oh my god. I probably shouldn't be on anything with wheels, but hey. Oh, thank you, dude. Me needed that. Yeah, Aphrodite, the surgical culture is gross. It is actually super toxic. So much abuse happens when patients are under anesthesia. Yup. Wouldn't stand for anyone talking badly about, yeah, my patient, even if they were, especially if there's a sleep, because it's already proven that people in a coma hear everything, right? Imagine being in a coma and your fucking family passing through and all the fucking shit they say. And it's like, why the fuck would you want to come out of the coma knowing the exact true colors of the exact people who supposedly love you most and what they're actually saying about you? Right? It's fucking gross. Why? Why would somebody want to come out of a coma to know that, all of that shit? Yes, Aphrodite, exactly. Sometimes the nurses would comment on the genitals or the bodies of patients, especially if they're obese. Yes, they do. It was so not okay. I made sure everyone knew if I was not okay with what kind of talk and eat in the OR. And the patient does hear everything. It goes straight to their subconscious. Those people rack up so much bad magic karma by taking advantage of the helpless. Exactly. I stand by every fucking word you said, and that's exactly it. So the rape, whether there's any actual touch, is surreal, right? So the way that people will talk about somebody's body and make fun of certain things or be aroused, right? If you're a woman and you've ever gotten a pap test and you fucking know, or you didn't know at the time how strong you were and you were like, this can't be happening to me, this can't be happening to me, this can't be happening. Like, no, everything I think inside is wrong. Everything my body feels right now is not real. This person is safe. This person is a doctor. This person is not having creepy thoughts, right? But then the full knowing that that's why when we know things in this world, we have to block it to survive, because why would the people that are there to care for us be fucking doing what they're doing to us, right? Why would the people that are your family be actually thinking certain things instead of just saying them? If you actually, had a child and hate them and don't even want to fucking take care of them, you should actually give that child to somebody else instead of raising them, right? That's why people say sometimes like certain things about certain people, but it's like, dude, the greatest thing that a parent could actually do is know that they don't know how to be a parent, are not ready, and then give that child up for adoption or walk away if they're the masculine. You know what I mean? Walk away if they're the feminine, instead of So, yeah, there's an abandonment wound, but that's all manifested through I wish my mom was here instead of I have like five fucking mother figures in my life. I have an auntie, I have two grandmothers, and I have three of my mom's best friends who step up to raise me instead of harnessing the oh, my mother left me wound. The empowering the there was so many women there for me in my childhood. My mama could have never given me that love. And same for men, right? Because everyone whose father wasn't present in their life had a certain father figure role, whether it was their older brother, their cousin, their a teacher at school, a coach at school, that gave them more unconditional love, advice, pure, real, raw, cherishing vibes than the other person could have ever. But the glorifying the matrix programs of what families are supposed to be versus our children come through us but they are not of us, right? What's harder for somebody to recover from? Not having a certain energy or having had so much that they can't even see straight of not being verbally or abused or beaten. But what would have been better, what would have been easier, is if that certain people had stepped away and not verbally abused and beaten certain kids, right? Like, holy shit. But everybody always is holding on to what would have been better, right? It's the same way as when people pass away and you didn't get along with them, you didn't see them for years or months or your whole life. They are the actual person who was the mirror, narcissist mirror to your life. But then when they're gone, like how you miss them because they're all of a sudden glorified as their role that they should have played, could have played, but they never did, right? So missing the abusive mother instead of being like, you're free, I'm free, let's love each other this way. Thank God you're not fucking here anymore because truly that's when I can like start to live my life. Then no, it becomes the grief and the misery that's held on to of something else. Right? It's huge. It's so multi-layered and fucked up how programmed we are of what we think we should have had instead of being grateful for what we did. Most people who were abandoned a certain way had angels that stepped up in ways that sometimes people don't even realize. Holy shit. Oh my God, Genevieve, you're right. My dad left, but if he hadn't, I wouldn't have had this, and this. And those people actually cherished me. They actually gave me the look of, I love you. Not just saying I love you, but that feeling, the real. Right? Anyways. My Skies 5D said, confirmed Aphrodite. You need to talk to the anesthesiologist. Well, I can't even say that word. Oh, good. Emoji King. Michelle, love the card you picked and the reading. She says she's resonating with the new birth. It's daylight. Yes. It's daylight savings time and spring quickly approaching. Michelle said she loves it. She loves it all. Thank you. Good. Good. Thank you. Boom. Thank you for sharing that, sweetie. I know it's not the easiest, but these are the things that can, there's people who are of this industry and this is so normal to them, they don't even realize how it could feel to somebody, right? So thanks for sharing. Aphrodite. Rose Starfire. I had surgery when I was 17. And when I was waking up, the anesthesiologist was talking about how good my breasts looked. And it was disgusting. Yeah. Exactly. And that's the thing of it's everyday common stuff that happens in plain sight of other people and that people don't have the balls, right? Because no wonder I never worked in certain things because holy shit, right? Being beside that fucking surgeon and hearing him say that, like, he would be fucked. And I don't give a shit if I lost my fucking job. That fucking surgeon is a fucking pervert, a fucking pig. There's no fucking way that any masculine or feminine should be talking about anybody's body that way. no matter what age, right? But the harvesting of our children and who we allow to look at them is exactly where the fucking pedo shit stems from, right? Doctors who have that thing, people who have that thing inside, they like to watch others suffer. They get off on it. If you've ever been at the dentist, you know the fucking difference between a dentist who has empathy and compassion, who's doing every fucking thing. He's decorated, I say he, but just because that's my experiences mostly, even if I've had females. He's decorated the most soothing way he can. He's put things in ways that every fucking way, right? It's not just about like industry colors and what makes people actually feel safe and what actually can bring more fear. There's so much personal tone change, personal touches. There is zero limit to how long somebody can be in pain and cry and be told like, we'll stop, we're gonna stop, it's okay, versus okay, breathe, suck it up. You know, like that feeling of like, I got 5 more fucking appointments right now and you are in pain, you are gonna cry, like fuck that, right? Because that's what they're thinking. Even if they're trying to be patient, they're not, right? When they're not patient is when they're even rougher in your fucking mouth, right? And what they say when they go back there, how you're classified as that fucking woman or that fucking child, and how some people get off on it. They know that they're gonna have that woman or that child, right? How many people here, there's somebody specifically who had teeth procedures not long ago who came in saying, yeah, I could feel his fucking cock rubbing up on my fucking arm. Excuse me, that's not exactly what she said. She's trying to be more delicate, but that's essentially what it was, right? You know where your fucking dick is, and if it's rubbing against somebody's fucking arm while you're taking their tooth out, you fucking know that's happening. You know that's happening. But this is what happens commonly everywhere, every single fucking day. And that's not even like, just no big deal. Well, what would it be like for a woman to tell her husband or to tell her mom or to tell her dad, you know, that man was talking about my boobs? Well, at least you're okay, right? He did everything he could. So what if he's talking about your boobs? Everybody loves your boobs, right? Boobs are normal. Right? That's the thing I get all the time when I say how it feels to be a woman in this world. But no, how it feels when somebody's like looking at you a certain way and thinking a certain thing versus how it feels to actually feel beautiful because people have respect for other people's bodies. It's 2 fucking different levels. Like you know what I mean? It's a whole other world. It's fucked. We're so used to just downplaying everything and how everything feels that even if you tell what something exactly happened, you become well, you know what I mean? Like the potential for a 17-year-old girl to say exactly, and then it would be like, well, it's your fault. You shouldn't have worn that shirt to that surgery. I didn't get a chance to wear a shirt. It was a surgery, so I had a robe on. I wanted to keep my fucking bra on every fucking time I went and did something, but I wasn't allowed. Right? How many years did I put myself into a puppet fucking show of shit for my body because I was pregnant and told, you have to take your bra off. We have to feel you up. Right? Well, no, you don't. But how young and stupid and how like everybody and what you think you need to do and you don't know, right? It's fucked. Past words, fucked. Excuse my indelicateness of language, but I have zero part of me who wants to like try to crank out like pretty words right now. May it be shocking and triggering for those who think that this world can be so fucking safe, and it's like, no, you don't realize, right? It is not. It is fucking not. Yes, Aphrodite. In a weird way, it is what wanted me to make the change in medicine, but you know how that goes. Exactly. Exactly, sweetie. and how it feels to be the ones, Aphrodite, Rose, Starfire, who go in knowing I'm going to be the one to make the change, and how it can suck the fucking life out of you, because it don't matter who is around you, there is nobody ready to fucking grab the fucking change by the balls. People want to keep the patterns perpetuated until something happens to them, right? Until something happens. For myself, in my timelines, after I had a certain child, just a month or so after, the very surgeon who took care of me, it came out multiple reports of females who had gathered together to bring lawsuits against him, that he was the fucking pervert. And this didn't affect me at all, because on some level he was just the surgeon that was there assisting my doctor, and I was lucid enough to be awake. What they could have done down there to my fucking vajiji and fucking played, if they fucking, who knows, and they definitely saw it, right? But the inner knowing of who had been with that doctor for years, trusting him as the person they told certain things to, and had certain procedures and had certain things, well, guess what? Full circled. Once in our community it was out that women had gathered and he was fucked, he killed himself. Right? He wasn't even, he just, boom, killed himself. And in a way to make sure, everybody knows that's what he did, but in a way to ensure that the insurance companies would pay out. What's the best way to kill yourself in the north? Veer in front of a big rig. That's how it's done around here, right? In that way of, it ain't always the truckers who got a fucking issue driving on the road. They're not all strung out, and they're not all like fucking faking their logbooks. Somebody just veers in front of them. That's their way out. Yeah. Because then the insurance and everything, if everything's fine, if they didn't leave a note, right? Veer in front of a big rig, the chances of you making it out are pretty slim. How that guy and that woman driving and how they're going to feel is, they don't give a shit, because at least the payout will happen for their family. Yeah. How many mysterious, like, certain people of like a certain, you know what I mean? And that complete, like, not only, it's fucked up, guys, right? What people do to make sure that, yeah, I'm taking myself out. I'm not going to deal with the fucking stuff, but not only is my family going to have to deal with the, you know, the what it's like for them to, you know, have a doctor that finally everybody's saying the actual fucking truth, which most families actually even know, right? Because it's already started with them. People are so good at wanting to block shit and pretend that shit never fucking happened, that they let it perpetuate into other things. Because if a matriarch of a family takes control of exactly who's doing stuff in the family lineage, then it can't continue into another, right? So if someone who was young was abused and then decides, like, this is fucking done in my family line, it is. It is. Because there's no way it can keep on going when everybody and everything has been exposed. And not everybody gets the fucking handheld and, oh, you're the bravest one in our family. No, you're not actually considered the bravest one. You're considered the fucking piece of shit black sheep. Right? Emoji King, Michelle's enjoying this conversation. She wants to tell you she has a rod in her back. She's had a tracheotomy when she was 7 and in children's hospital for a year. Yeah. She does. Good. Says Michelle likes how you're swearing. Good. It's part of me being able to pull this through, because it is such a heavy stuff. My swearing helps me ground myself instead of allowing for, you know, going into it. It's like so raw, but the swearing helps me to anchor it in, to be able to say the things out loud that people don't even want to fucking hear, right? On some level. But yeah, thank you. My Skies 5D. I got my surgeon to be humorous with me. I asked him if he would cut out my street drug preference, and that might be connected to that tumor. He took a magic marker out and he wrote it on the side of my forehead, SDR. That's funny. Yes, we can make or bring in the highest timelines when we so choose as well, depending on, right? Aphrodite says, wow, Michelle, my brother Matthew had, I don't know if I'm going to say it right, Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, and had rods put into his back when he was 13 or so. Michelle, you're so strong, total warrior. Yeah. One of my jobs and exchanges of energy that I did when I was 17 to 18 was to take care of a young man who was 19 and had that as well. So it's one of the multiple reasons where why I have zero body stuff, like, and like body stuff. I was 17, 18 and taking care of a masculine who was 19 physically and entrusted by his parents and him. He's the one that I had gone over and taken care of him a few times when his mom had a gathering of something and she just needed somebody on the fly that she could trust. And he's the one that said, like, I would want Michelle to take care of me all summer. I trust her. Right? And yeah, it was one of my most intimate jobs that I've ever had. And it made me know that it's not something that I could do more than with one person. Like, I could never have been a nurse and done with multiple, but the one-on-one was a pivotal part of my journey. It's a pivotal part of who I am and stayed and become because of having the trust of taking care of the physical body of a young man who was essentially almost my age. If we would have been in high school, he would have been, you know what I mean? If he would have been fully functioning in a different level, able to go to school, even as if he would have just, you know what I mean? He wasn't even in the school system. But if he would have been just a notch up, he would have been the dude in the wheelchair at school. If he wouldn't have had his life path, he would have been the dude in the football team at school. Like, that's how close in age we were. And intimacy of how he needed to trust me and me trust myself at that age, and the putting myself aside, and I can still see myself in the timeline of friends asking me, like, how what do you have to do and how do you have to do it, and then being discreet and only saying certain things, of to not bring on the talk of how teenagers can be, right? So is part of my learning of what is my story and what is of everybody else. What should everybody else know? Where the line should be drawn of discretion instead of saying certain things out loud, and the intimacy of trust, of what that really is, especially when you're caring for somebody with their body, right? How big that is. Oh my God, I thought you were having some sort of surgery on your body. Oh my God, Aphrodite, I was having my wisdom teeth removed, not breast surgery, lol. Yeah, I asked to be asleep during my wisdom teeth, and nobody was in the room with me except for them. Oh my God, Shannon. When they were doing my C-section, the guy that was holding my head kept rubbing his dick on my head. Yeah. Thanks. I know it's raw and I know it's hard to hear, And I know it's hard to share, but at some point, us letting that out, how it felt, and it's right. Because that there are some things that, you know what I mean? Like, just to have the witness that even gives a shit, Shannon, instead of, you know, is huge. Yeah, it is twisted, and it's just an example, eh? It really is. Shannon, they had me doped up and laid on the table, and I was just freaking out. Exactly. When you become doped up and on the table, and especially when they want to tie you down, and the reason that they want to tie you down is because you're half lucid, you do feel things, and the instinct to fucking just grab a motherfucker is huge, right? It is. It's really big. You get it, eh, Aphrodite? Jen, right on point with the insurance money. Yeah, exactly. And imagine, like, I don't even see it as a mental health issue. I see it as lack of compassion and empathy. That instead of driving yourself off a bridge where you would be the only one who would actually have the effect of that and allowing yourself to drown, right? Because that could be made into an accident and you're the only one actually, right? It's only you. Um, Instead of taking out somebody's life as a trucker. Because I've known truckers and held space for truckers who've had accidents where it was not their fault. They did nothing wrong. The father who was in a hurry and darted in front of his fucking truck, you know, and then the accident, and everybody passes, everybody's okay except for the baby, right? So I've known a trucker who had that guilt feeling of I killed a baby, but it's like no, you didn't. You know, the event of what happened, the father being the dad who just wants to get somewhere really fast, you know, ultimately nobody actually killed the baby, is the baby's free will choice as well, even if we don't want to face that's the example that they were brought into this world to show, right? So did that dad ever drive again? Did that dad ever drive in the same way again? You know what I mean? Like, or people often will have accidents with trauma and death, and they'll still follow the same patterns, right? I know people who had an incident where they were driving drunk as young men and still continued that path their whole fucking life, right? So, I mean, if you didn't learn enough when you were young doing that thing, isn't it beautiful that you can do it for another 40, 50, 20, 30 years and you didn't kill anybody else? And is there going to be always that opportunity of not, right? It's fucked. But yeah, when you got a trucker who loves his fucking job and, you know, he's the one that gives you the most, like, fucking trucking jokes and awesome stuff, and you know, that customer that comes to the restaurant all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed because he loves his fucking job, and yeah, he's fucking tired, and yeah, he can't wait to get home, and man, I'm finally fucking home, and my wife is happy that I'm home, and I'm coming to eat a burger, Michelle. And then when he comes in after that fucking time, right? Never the same again. Tried to drive, can't. Try to fucking sleep, can't. Feel like a fucking murderer, but you were just doing your fucking job, right? You didn't ask for a car to cut you off. All trucks are indicated. It's one of the first things you learn when you learn driving school. Stay the fuck certain distance back from a truck. Never cut off a truck. What do people do all the time, right? They cut off the fucking trucks. Emoji King, I'm listening to you and speed reading an HD tech manual. Ugh. Michelle's laughing at me and we're listening to you. Right on. Shannon, I like being the black sheep now. Simon, I done 3 days no drink, then had one tonight. Why do you put a sad face? Just have the one and enjoy it. It's not a big deal, Simon. It's okay, right? Don't let the feeling, don't judge yourself. I know, Simon. I know. I get it, honey. I do. I get it. Oh my God, Simon. It's not a bad day, just the horrible feeling taking my boy home. Being on your own after taking your own son back is pretty fucking horrible sometimes. It is. It really is, dude. Yeah. And that's the bitch slap of this world and this reality, this matrix program, this not allowing for the sharing to feel safe and ever enough. When masculine choose to step into and would want to be everything for their child, but they can't be everything for the mother, and how, um, right? How that fucking feels. Um, Glory be to the ones that put their, it's got, having an intimate relationship with someone, making a child, and then what happens after if you're not in an intimate relationship has nothing to do with that child, and it doesn't take away a father's love or mother's love. And sometimes it does, in the sense that somebody's just not meant to be in the timelines and they disappear, right? And sometimes it's just the opposite. Somebody will change, keep their whole life close for that one time a week, or the two times, or the time where there's the bonus day, right? Just a little bit of extra time. I get it. That I really do. Thanks for sharing, Simon. Emoji King says, I just asked Cynthia Emoji Queen if you'd like to say hi, and she says, hey. Hi, 420. Hello, ironically, it's 420. It sounds like Lily in the background where I say, Lily, Jack says hi, or Lily, Alex says hi, and she's like, hey, or hey, bro, right? Just a little. Aphrodite Rose Starfire says, wow, Jen, you're an angel for doing that with a man that age. He must have loved you so much. What a big heart you have. My bro would have been 6'6" hadn't he been in the wheelchair, and we were 18 months apart in age. Yeah, you just nailed it too, but what you wrote, he must have loved you so much. I had flashbacks of him in 2018 because of a picture that I saw, and because of a dude that was staying where I was staying, speaking openly and having the picture of his brother who had certain disabilities. I had a complete flashback and recalled and realized that that would probably been the only man who ever loved me for me, is the boy in the wheelchair. Meaning that the energy exchange, like that's why I'll, like, I know Squirmy and Grubs have gone towards, like, they're using their platform to make money, so not everybody likes to go encourage Squirmy and Grubs, their channel, because they put the ads, because they will make the ads, but that's part of their lifestyle of making money for themselves, because he is in a wheelchair, his body never formed in the same way as others, and she is hot as fuck, and that is selling a lot, and they're using it to their full potential of, yeah, we are going to live our fucking life, and we're going to share it with you, and you guys are going to fucking pay us to do so in the best way. No joke. Right? What other job could she be doing where she's with him all the fucking time than what they're doing now? But yeah, Total Recall came into me in 2018. It's part of what helped me in that timeline to decide, like, I'm fucking done. I'm done with being touched. I'm done with thinking of what any, like, temptation, loneliness, the feeling that the recall of coming back, of having the ability to communicate with somebody without words. You know what I mean? Just action, just certain grunts, to be honest, and certain looks. The only little abilities of pointing and showing me exactly what he needed versus me guessing. I never guessed. The recall that came back to me in 2018 was my holy shit. I've really been telepathic and very strong my whole life, but just living my life and not actually knowing and how to harness it and how powerful I ever was having the recall of him in 2018. And how did I do that job at 17, 18? I forget what year it was. I think it was 17. I forget. How did I do that without being able to communicate how everybody else did? And it was like, whoa, because free flowed. And yeah, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That timeline ended where I quit the job before summer ended because it became too heavy. Um, Certain things became too. I wasn't old enough, mature enough for knowing of how to full circle it anymore. But then the realization in 2018 of why. Why is because we were in a full flow of certain things and I didn't understand my abilities at the time. All right? So I don't want to paint it as if, I couldn't full circle um, at the end, the intimacy of it and certain things and then what was coming to me and not understanding it. You know what I mean? And had I had enlightened people in my life path then, that would have been like, well, this is what you're feeling. This is what you're going through. This, you do understand what he's saying, right? How we've been blocked our whole life by what our actual gifts can be when we were born and using them all our life, but then had to, like, this isn't actually real, but then it is. It's realer than the other stuff, but, you know. Shannon, there's still streaks all over the window, but they look 1,000 times better. That's okay, sweetie. The streaks will keep the birds safer. Coffee time, coffee time. Can't have weed, so I'll have coffee. I don't have coffee or filters left. I gotta go for a walk if I so choose. Yeah, Aphrodite Rose. He did. He loved the soul completely, and it's a huge lifetime gift you guys gave each other. Ah, but the gifting was a double edged sword because instead of, right, the youth of it and the not knowing, like if it was now, no problem on a certain level, but it actually made him feel less, right? So instead of being able to harness, what happened was is that, and he started to get mad at me in this, in a certain timeline of the summer. He started to get mad at me because, you know what I mean, I could leave and function normally and do certain things and he couldn't. And so the anger, um you know what I mean, how when you are an embodiment of love and you choose to give and share that love, how it will be projected back at you when people haven't dealt with their own worth and their stuff. So, you know what I mean? We can embody love all the time, but what we get back is how it makes people feel. So the same way, I'll use a rescue dog as an example. The same way a rescue dog is caged for its own safety once it's found, right? Or put in an enclosure of safety. I mean, people who find dogs don't all have the capacity to bring every dog into their house and to make sure that the people, the other animals, and everything is safe, because the rescue dog is not necessarily going to be kind right away. Some rescue dogs never get over it. They are always imprinted where if they see a certain figure of a person, they're going to try and attack, right? How many people have rescue dogs and always have it on a leash when they go to the park, no matter what, because that dog does not like women, or that dog does not like children, or that dog does not like a certain stance of a man, or that dog likes everybody. But when a husky comes into the right, there could always be the potential of one thing, right? But how it feels when you are loved and you don't know how to react to that love. And I can use that as an analogy because for myself, I feel like a rescue dog like a lot. No matter how I embody love, when it actually comes back to me and it doesn't have any stuff around it, it's very fucking confusing. Right? So having the timelines of the last years and the stuff that I've had, and then somebody pure heart could show up right in front of me tomorrow, and it's not that I don't believe them, but at what point and what day and how long is it going to take before the true other color comes out, right? Because the consistency just has, so that's why, like, when people find a rescue dog, you can't just say, well, I'm going to give it to just anybody, because the patterns that dog and that those people, because the first thing that you're going to do if you've got a new dog at home and he starts to damage things is to be impatient, to look to speak louder. But that's the exact thing that's going to make that dog feel even more afraid and do other stuff, right? Like the patience that it takes to actually find a dog or an animal or a human, and what they're going to project into you or bite or scratch or go back and retreat is huge. Yes, Aphrodite Rose Starfire. I think that growing up with my brother and his disease helped me become more psychic. Had an understanding of suffering in a way that my younger peers just couldn't. And I knew I could never work in pediatrics. It's hard. It's so hard. Yes, honey. It is so hard. The guilt of being healthy. Exactly. Yeah. So a lot of people in the mining industry have PTSD because they're the survivor, right? So the example of when something happens in a mine shaft and people die, I'll use just that, people die, but you weren't at work that day. So you didn't even live to be there, but you were not at work that day, but you were supposed to be. Or you left early, you had an appointment, or your kid got sick, right? That one thing that brought you out of that timeline, survivor guilt, right? Feeling ashamed of being alive is part of the trauma that people are living in this world right now, right? Of, it could have been me, it should have been me. How many families have a brother that died and for the rest of their whole life they know their mom, their dad, or whoever the label wishes it would have been them, because they knew how to deal with so and so. They felt good and that person's gone, but they don't know exactly how to deal with you. You're not, There are people right now in this society who would throw one child under a fucking bus before ever admitting that the other child has like severe fucking issues, right? Some families will throw the black sheep under the bus of this person is this person is that, this person is that, rather than face that their favorite child is a liar, a cheater, a fucking like a huge not doing kind things in the world. But this person is fully functioning in the world and got everything that makes it look good. It's easy to brag about JoJo. JoJo's got this. JoJo does this. JoJo went here. JoJo went there. JoJo is so fucking generous. JoJo fucking rocks. JoJo is amazing. But fucking Coco, oh, fuck Coco. Coco never does anything fucking right. And fucking as soon as Coco gets back on track, you can be sure Coco's going to be making another fucking mistake, right? Oh my god, fucking Coco. I swear to fuck, our whole life revolves around what's Coco gonna do fucking next. Right? Like, oh my god. Like, fuck. Or like, oh, we finally don't have to worry about Coco, right? She's found herself a man. She's doing good right now. When's she gonna fuck up? Right? When is Coco gonna fucking fuck up again? But meanwhile, the other person, Jojo is engaging in fucking, relationships with married fucking men, fucking drinking all the fucking time, saying, woo, work hard, play hard, bitches, right? I fucking worked so hard all fucking week long. I'm gonna be drinking all fucking weekend long, right? Woo, right? What's Coco fucking doing online versus Kiki? Not Kiki, I know Jojo and Coco. Fuck, you would never fucking catch one person doing something that makes other people feel bad, but you got fucking the other person like in trauma loops with other people where other people are narcissists to me. Other people hurt me, right? Okay. Like, holy fuck. Just like popping off, but seriously. As soon as somebody says like stuff about family members that it's a fucking red flag, right? There's so many things that are the exact red flag of like, why is there a pedestal here but not here? Fuck, right? Make boom, 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 alert, alert. I'll give you a fucking perfect example. When I was in my 20s, I was with a twin. Two dudes look exactly the same to everybody else. People would say, how could you tell Martin and Pascal apart? Aren't you scared you're going to be going to the bathroom in the dark and you're going to run into the other one? And like, it's like, what? What the fuck? Like, that is so fucking fucked up. And I can understand how you can't tell them apart because until I knew them, I had no fucking clue who was who, right? On some level, they was just dudes in the fucking community to me, right? But then, yeah, no. Like, there's no fucking way in hell, even if, like, I can tell Pascal out from a fucking lineup 100 million miles away and know my dude, right? Don't matter if they look the same. And it's like, okay, you guys think they look the same. They are nothing alike. Yeah, you can watch them at a party and they're both going to be doing this and saying that and this fucking band and all that and whatever. But their energy, their frequency, nothing of them is the same, right? One is like this and one is like that. One is like this and one is like that. One gets told by his parents, you're the best, you do everything right. And the other gets told, like, what the fuck, you fucked up again, right? Like, how does that happen? Like, all of that, like, everything is different from how they're treated, how you guys perceive them, what you guys think of them, how you box them into being the same because they look the same, but they don't even fucking look the same for real if you actually look at them, right? Like, fuck, I can sit here all day and tell you the differences of their faces and their bodies, head to toe of one mine versus the other one of what I seen head to toe because it's fucking summer. We're hanging out by the pool, right? Not hard to see the scar here, the scar there. The energy of people is so different. It doesn't matter if they're fucking twins, right? Ah, fuck, that would gross the fuck out of me just to like have people think that. But it's like, that's the whatever it is, the mystery of twins, right? The questions that you get. But thanks for being here. Hello, fuck Coco, yeah. Chica, fun 44, so awesome chat. I vibe so much with you, love you. Everyone in chat, gotta go. Cool, I'm gonna take a break. I have no idea where I'm going, what I've been flowing today on some level, whatever's pouring out. Just show up. This will all make sense when I'm older. Exit stage left. Pull a couple cards. If anybody else is meant to talk and give me flow, then I will. And otherwise, I guess I'll be done. Alright? Emoji King. Subbed. Squirmy and Grubs. Thanks, Genevieve. I've seen them. They're cute. They are cute as hell. And I have had them since my Facebook days when they were much younger. And that they were just boyfriend, girlfriend. Right? Their beginning times. And how their journey of, you know, she's walking in public with him and everybody assumes that she's just a caregiver, and how she would get hit on and spoken to in his plain sight, and everybody would just assume she was his nurse or his sister or something, someone taking care of him instead of his partner, and what they go through as a couple that does not look the same as everybody else. They've spoken openly. They make open heart videos about the negative comments and the judging they receive, and it is fucking surreal. It is fucking surreal. It is so beautiful that they choose to enlighten that part of their journey, because what they're called, they've made t-shirts about her being called a gold digger, because they jump on every fucking thing they can to make their merch in order to save their own fucking souls of what it feels like to be them, how judged, analyzed, criticized openly that they are. So they actually had t-shirts out for sale about 1.5 years ago of her being the gold digger, in order to, you know, make their life. They make their life in a way that, you know what I mean? If people are gonna be the fucking haters, they go through the pain of it, because it doesn't matter what they say. The haters, you know what I mean? Just fucking ignore it. When you're sitting there and you're reading your comments and it's all fucking beautiful, and then you get, or you're getting emails and they're all amazing and then they're not, how it actually feels, right? It's fucking horrifying. If you don't like something, if you're judging it, why would you go and say to what point that you're horrified that he disgusts you and that she's a whore? Right? Why would you need to say that? It doesn't even, like, it's inconceivable to me. First of all, you know what I mean? Like, but the layers of what people find disgusting in this world is on some level them. She's beautiful. Her body is fucking perfect. They even do videos where she's trying on bathing suits for her dude, right? Oh yeah. You go, baby. Right? And sharing it openly, what they do to make their life what it is. You know what I mean? They share openly the fact that they know he only has a certain lifespan. He's already been a miracle his whole fucking life to be alive. And that every moment, every day, every fucking thing is limited. You know what I mean? She could make a vid tomorrow or in a month saying he's passed away. How are people who have anonymously or through their own, right, said yucky stuff, like, what's it gonna feel like that day where she shows up on a screen saying he's gone, guys? Right? He's fucking gone. People don't even have love in their own relationships that they have of their own marriages, their own unions. And they are so fucking, like, disgusted with something that is real. That it's fucking real. That they, you know what I mean? The energy is projected towards a couple that is not the same as everybody else, whether it's the disability, the age gap, the same sex. It doesn't matter if we're in 2022 and same sex unions are common. There's still always a fucking judgment around it in ways that people don't even always openly talk about anymore, or they do. Right? Don't think that it's easier because it's 2022 and we were legally allowed to get married in our state. We are still going through the shit. We still can't go to the restaurant or we do hold hands, and how many people actually will come up to us and say we're disgusting because we're, both males holding hands, and how people will take their child, block their eyes. You know what I mean? Like, we're not no better in 2022 than we ever were as a society. We just fucking think we are. And that's it. You know? That's it. It's so. And only people who don't have that self love would ever think like anything nasty about a couple if there's fucking 18, 20, 30, fucking 50 years apart. You believe me. Is there fucking gold diggers and people marrying people for money? Fuck yeah. But there's also a consent to that on some level, right? Like, big time. If you're the fucking, like, old ass millionaire marrying fucking teenagers almost all the fucking time, you already know. And that's what you want. You like it and you're enjoying it, and who gives a fuck what the world thinks? But hype that up of if you got like a fucking major age gap with somebody and you're just a normal fucking commoner, you think people do that just because it's like, hey, let's just do this because it's fun, right? Let's just be different because it's fun. It's not all shits and giggles. And even I have manifested a 15-year age gap relationship that is the best I ever had. It doesn't matter who else I was with, nobody has ever equaled what we had. And like how it would feel to be 15 fucking years and I'm the fucking old one and he's the one getting carded when we would go places. And you know what I mean? At first it was fucking hilarious. But then a couple years later, he didn't think it was funny anymore. Right? He started to get that notion of like, oh, I'm going to be older someday and I'm always going to look like the older one. It's like, yeah, buddy, you are. We're not together for, I don't know, 8-10 years now. And he's the one that looks like he's fucking 50, not me. You know what I mean? But that was a part of his choosing as well, that instead of continuing on the embodiment of a certain trail, he wanted to like sit and watch fucking TV all fucking night and become like that Matrix version of like, oh, right? And it's like, oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. But yeah, like people don't just choose and say like, hey, I'm gonna like fall in love and then we're gonna be like, so fucking different that everybody's going to be shocked by us no matter where we go, no matter how long, right? Hi, Jenny. 8675309. Thanks for commenting on my, I don't know which vid it was, but I saw it. I saw you and I was like, how's Jenny doing? How's everything going, sweetie? Haven't been in much other stuff, just randomly. So I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm not sure if it's going to be this week, but I'm supposed to be doing a stream with Allie and Code. We'll see if it is meant to manifest or not. I never, until it's actually in the moments of happening, right? But we hope so. 26, 2 and 6 is 8, Kuan Yin, compassion. Compassion is what's needed right now to help you release perfectionism and defensiveness. The purpose of compassion is to help reduce suffering in the world. So be mindful not to judge yourself or others too harshly as you stumble through life's obstacle course. In fact, tuning into the energy of compassion and kindness almost instantly eradicates the stirred up energy of controlling thoughts and knee-jerk behaviors. The Chinese goddess of compassion, Kuan Yin, offers a gentle nudge to ask yourself this question: what would kindness do in this situation? If you approach everything with that in mind, you will discover solutions and new paths unfolding before you. In fact, living with compassion as your guide changes everything. Make kindness a priority. It'll make the world a better place. You will feel amazing as you see the miracles light up where you least expect them. I'm going to read the alignment message because, especially right now, are you feeling overwhelmed by all the suffering in the world and you can't imagine how you could make a difference? Do you feel hopeless over how we treat nature and each other? Goddess Kuan Yin knows that this is an important time of reckoning and reordering, but wants you to be careful not to fall into the pits of despair. If you allow the media to fill your mind with a constant barrage of what's wrong in the world, you will become numb and unable to move. The good news is in your alignment task. Focus first your mind locally. Your choice of where you put your energies. The smallest step towards greater compassion is huge. Do what you can and make it count. Always ask in your workplace, work relationships, and in your community, what can I do to serve others well? Everyone is learning right now. Kuan Yin reminds you to be kind to yourself too as you accept your role in birthing a new world into being. Boom. The bat came up earlier. For Michelle specifically, I had pulled it, but the rebirth is assured, and this is for everyone. And the rebirth assured, not everybody is choosing to step into certain embodiments, right? So the cycle of death and rebirth, the mass transitioning, the surprise, what the fuck? Transitioning right now that is already happening and is only going to accelerate because free will, not all souls choose to stay, right? I got people in my timelines talking to me about like every week somebody is transitioning in their reality for real, right? So when I say the potential for it to be accelerated, some of us, personally, I have not lived a life of very many people passing away in my reality. Miracles happen around me, not the deaths. And I am being like completely guided to like be ready to walk my talk of what I believe, of the eternalness of us, of that once a soul transitions through, that there is nothing between us anymore of ego, of wounds, of not knowing how to speak, to harness that for mine greater good and the greater good of the all. Like when you are like being constantly every fucking day told, like from spirit, from videos, from messages, everything popping up is warning you to the point my throat chakra is like closing up from having to say it out loud. And the warning is there constantly to be ready. Be ready. You don't know, you don't the how when the calls start coming or the things start happening, that if, and that's what's hard for me is that I already feel fucking overwhelmed in this fucking world of having to ground my shit all the fucking time. And then the knowing of being warned of what's coming, that it's still going to be all fucking alone. There's not going to be the like, whoa, witness for me. You know what I mean? Not is like the preparation, the living it, the feeling of how hollow it is to not like already have like the whoa, and that what's gonna, what, you know, what reality and what timelines people are choosing, being warned of them. Jenny, I'm okay. Me neither. I kind of quit some of the other channels. Same. And it's not because my love isn't there. It's because my love is so there that allow people to be in the timelines that they're in, but they just are not feeling the same right now. Right? So the love is not gone, and it's not because of bad things. It's just not the same, and it doesn't feel like that's where I need to focus my energies. Right? So especially, and I feel to say this out loud, like I spent a lot of months showing up on certain panel, right? And it is not because my love is gone and because there's not the 144% for someone else's path, and the exact knowing that I can't be a part of it. It doesn't feel the same. And where my energies go at night and the evening is not the same as before, right? Moving into here and what's asked of me to ground my energy, to be in silence compared to showing up on a panel is different, right? And it's got nothing to do with, you know, yucky shit. It's just not comfortable for my body, and it's not what's guided of me. And listening to that is the stripping away of what you would really want versus what is asked of you for real instead, right? So, and how the someone made a comment yesterday somewhere in my stuff, and it was like, yeah, you see me when I live stream and how I'm the one holding the ball the whole time and how I speak, but when I'm with other people in a panel or in real life, like I put other people like, shine. I can shut up and not speak for fucking hours, right? Not speak for hours and just be like we participating without being the participant, right? So this is just one aspect of me that only those who ever saw the timelines of when I have merged with other people. Can I take over a fucking room in a panel? Fuck yeah. But I will not take it over the whole time, because if I got that much energy to be yapping on somebody else's fucking channel in a panel, then I should be making my own vids or having my own live stream, because I already know how to do that. It's the like jumping in and being with others, helping others to shine, helping others to feel heard and seen, is it's like a whole other level. It's like people assume that if we're all around a fire, that I'd be sitting there entertaining everybody, talking for hours, and it's like, yeah, no. Could I? Do I? Yeah, sometimes. But otherwise, I'm like the fucking quietest one. I'm the one that everybody's gonna ask, "What's wrong, Michelle? Why are you so quiet?" Well, nothing is really wrong. I'm watching the flames and actually, like, with the energy of the fire with y'all, but I ain't got fucking nothing to say. Right? Right? So, just following what feels best in all these different energies right now is so fucking important. Right, Jenny, you get it, eh? And how we became so comfortable and we're finding each other in so many different live streams and so many different little timelines, and how it's not because we don't love people and because even the frequency is super different. It's because being redirected. If we put all the eggs in one basket and stay in the same panels all the fucking time, then we're not doing the other stuff that's going to bring together co-creating with other people or having other people find us, because we put all the eggs in one basket and the eggs are meant to be taken and spread out everywhere, if that makes sense the way that I'm saying it. So it's completely normal to find Soul Tribe and be like, rawr, I love you forever to kibbles and bits, but then to be taken and redirected in different ways without it's not bad, and it's not because the love's not there. It's even bigger because the free will of where we're all putting our different energies is actually amplifying. So if everybody's doing their separate things, bringing people in their different ways, then how much we're amplifying by allowing ourselves to not go into focus into what felt good last year, because it doesn't right now. But it's not because it feels bad. It's just because it's just not a part of our timelines right now. Does that make sense? And it's part of the allowing for the co-creation without codependency, right? So the more that soul family feels good, the more that certain things are going to be asked to be split apart. If you love something, set it free. Because if you're meant to co-create, meant to manifest stuff, you'd either have been doing it by now or you're going to be doing it later. But the ultimate of our souls, what they're asking of us, is not to sit around and watch each other. It's to be co-creating, manifesting new things. And so the stagnancy that happens if there's nothing being created, manifested, new, if new ideas and new things aren't being planned, we are taken away from those timelines in order to redirect later of like, holy shit, I really missed you, and let's work on this together, let's do this together, let's do that together, instead of just being all in the same basket and not, you know, like, because even the egg becomes something else, right? You got a basket full of eggs. That egg's going to get cracked, and it's going to be used to create something different, right? So whether you're going to boil it or you're going to scramble it, you're going to put it into cookies or pancakes, that egg's going to become something else. It's going to become a part of you because you ate it, and then it's got, you know, the circle of everything. That's, you know, it makes sense, Jenny. Yes, the different energies makes its way in, and then it's time to go. Speaking for myself, same, same. And I use the analogy. There was a show back in the '80s that never really gained a momentum of being like iconic, that other people might know, but it was in Canada anyways. I don't know where else. It's called The Littlest Hobo, and The Littlest Hobo was about a dog who was a hobo dog. He didn't have a master. He didn't have a home, and every episode was about this dog going and finding a different community, or find he was found by somebody, or he would save somebody's life. And so for that whole one episode, the dog would be part of a person's family, a person's workplace, a person's community. Sometimes the episode was about the dog coming into one person's reality who was alone, who didn't really talk to a lot of people, but by having that dog, that person let himself talk to other people in the community. And then how at the end of every episode, everybody fucking always wished and hoped that the littlest hobo dog would stay with them, but he had to move on, right? He had to move on. And that's essentially what we are. And that being said, as the timelines come into fruition of, call it divine timing or call it the readiness of the gatherings and the merges that do stay together. And I'm going to use the stand as one example. I always refer to the stand because it was my Bible of understanding what was going to come into fruition in my timeline of a life, of how we would find each other through dreams, through certain things, through the internet. Even if it didn't exist in the stand, we use the internet the way that they use their dream time. But how, at the end of the stand, after a full circle year has gone on in Colorado, that Franny and Stu helped to make sure the community was safe and that everything was good, and that you know what I mean, like things were rolling, the darkness had been hopefully done, right? But Stu and Fran were like, whoa, everybody's so happy here and it's amazing, but we're getting antsy. The two of them, not just Stu talking Fran into it, not just Fran talking Stu into it, the two of them were realized, fuck, we kind of like that traveling part. We kind of liked if we go and leave the community, and if we go, like, they're fine. What if we went out on the road, and what if we looked for more people? What if there's other communities like this everywhere? And we just, the what ifs and the itchiness of the wanderer who wants to go see more, amplified by two, and the baby Peter that was a year old by the end of the stand, right? And the knowing that Peter's experience with the community would always be there. They could always come back. They could build other communities. They could find other communities. But how? That they had that thing inside together, right? And that's what all of this YouTube stuff journey is a reflection of, right? How we gather, we find people, and then the momentum of, okay, pull back. This is what I have to concentrate on. And how sometimes there's the push and pull, and it gets taken like in ways that is like, we never said anything bad. We just need to think about myself right now, and that's the thing we're supposed to be doing. It doesn't mean I don't love you or send you the energy or not popping in with everything you do or nothing that you do, because if you think about how many channels and how many Soul Vibe and how many people put out content, if we were watching everybody back to back, we would never be doing anything for ourselves, right? You can only binge and learn so much before it's like time for you to be doing something for real, tangible. Hey, Dean. Were you here? Me was just talking about you earlier, saying about me, you, and Allie. How's your day going? The heavy head has been coming and going for me as well, Dean. I've had a heavy head the last 2 days. Ish. Feels okay now? Yes, Dean. I thought I was dying. LOL. JK. That's why in my community posts I shared 2 or more even in the last few days of Samantha Soulbright. I just pulled the bat earlier too. The rebirth is assured. Well, having the rebirth means that there's a feeling of death. And when it feels physical, Dean, I want to say it's utterly terrifying because I've been going through this since a long time and every year thinking my body will never feel like this again. My body will never feel like this again. And then it's like, oh my God, am I going to just die physically? It's so fucking scary. And how, right? And the truest test of like, who has stuff where they needed a procedure in the last months, and then you're like, what the fuck? Is that the timeline that's for me? And pushing through the fear and allowing for the feelings and blah, 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 blah. Like at some point, the whole like we're transforming in cocoons and butterflies. Guess what? Every cycle of nature actually has like a certain timeline. It's not just in the air of oh someday. It's like boom boom boom, right? Boom boom boom. If the fucking cocoon don't open and the butterfly fly out, and then it dries up and the caterpillar dies. Right? The caterpillar doesn't get a chance to metamorphosize into the fucking thing if it's constantly in the cocoon and doesn't get to fly. Right? It's gonna die, shriveled up, all by itself, shrivel up and fucking die. You know what I mean? So it's like the ultimate of what the physical merged with the emotional and what people are feeling and thinking all around. Like, I get why I'm here in this city, but it's like, if I was not around, I've already lived a whole life of making sure my fucking body is not in a city and around a bunch of people. And now I'm ultimately in the fucking smack dab middle of it. Right? Been trying to manifest like off grid or fucking as close to it as I can for like 15 fucking years. And here I am here instead. Like this divine like detour, right? How it actually can feel. Oh. Yeah, Emoji. For Squirmy Grubs, you mean? He's a good guy. He deserves to be happy. Her too. She's just as fortunate and happy as him. Monday, maybe he will live a lot longer. I think that, first of all, he already has. He's busted everything that's ever been told, right? So, yeah. And I truly believe what, Emoji King, you've been on my live stream since forever that I started them. How many live streams when people come in and they have a certain emotion, a certain body feeling, how the more people that believe in them, the more healers that we amplify healing energy helps. So that's why I was saying earlier, all the yucky shit that they receive as hate mail and comments, take that away and only the good pure stuff would actually come to them. How that would actually help instead of being siphoned of any energy at all, that you're completely at all times elevated. And that's why I always say, if you don't like certain channels, if you are upset at me because I triggered you, first of all, why are you triggered? That's you to figure out, not me. Do I understand that I go speech patterns and tones? Yeah, I get it. But this is who I am and what's asked of me. Why would you want to step in here and tell me something that's nasty unless you're saying something that is like beneficial? Like Genevieve, you popped off so much that you triggered me because you're so insensitive. When you speak a certain way, it makes me want to puke. Now that is like, whoa, right? I've had people say that to me before. Jen, I love you, but I can't watch you anymore because all of a sudden you pop off and you speak in ways that you don't even realize. And I'm actually speaking like that today. And I even said earlier, it's the only way I got today, that if I don't speak and use these swear words and be a little crude, I wouldn't be able to pull this through. I wouldn't. Not today, and not all soft and not all delicate. Right? So my embodiment today, how it's like really boom, 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 is essentially not really what I want to be, but I don't fucking feel soft today. Right? I don't. So still guided to show up, and who resonates with it, staying or going. Right? Does that make sense? Sasquatch mind control. Yes, Samantha's very sweet. Sweet, but I wouldn't mess with her either. That feeling of how she writes and how she embodies herself is definitely kind of not the sweetness that you would go poke at in a certain way, unless you're really like cruising for some sort of like, are you kidding me? Put back in your place, right? The embodiment of what Samantha is, like, she makes me proud to be a woman. She's one of those people who, how she is of herself, how generous she is of her spirit, her gifts, her sharing, and how just who she is just makes me, she gives me that feeling. I'm proud to be a woman. I'm proud to look at her and know that I'm, you know what I mean, and know that if somebody chooses to go look at her vids or to read her stuff, there's something in there that's going to help, for real. That's, you know what I mean. There are other people I love dearly, but they don't make me proud every fucking day to be a woman. But I still have the love, and I still am going to shout them out. But it's not the same. They're, you know what I mean? The accountability for a lot of things is just, it's important. To me, anyways. It is very scary, Jenny. It is, honey. I think that what helps to make it less scary is to see or hear anyone speak of certain things so that you can feel like, holy shit, I'm not the only one. Because the minute that you read that certain things are passing through, that the head pain or the back pain, or like the one of the craziest things is the jolts out of the blue, right? The boom, like you're lying there. I got a couple jolts last night where it's like, fuck. Like, it's more than in a movie when they put the heart thing on. That's like, fucking, I'm bouncing. And, or the itchiness, like, you know, that feeling of like the itchiness, the certain things, right? They call them ascension symptoms, but the growing part, the feeling when your heart is moving in your body, and hearing somebody say, yeah, the heart goes center, and then it does. Whoop, 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 whoop. It does move around. The feeling of knowing that a heart chakra activation is not as beautiful as people want to make it. You're not sitting there always meditating, and then your heart opens like a full-blown flower. Oh, and now we are in a crystal garden, and angels are everywhere. Yeah, no. My heart chakra openings happen when I'm driving. So all of a sudden, like, poof, right? My heart chakra openings happen with certain triggers, certain words, certain feelings, right in the moment where it's like, could this be more like not welcome right now? No, 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 fuck you, right? Fuck you, don't come now. Don't open, don't fucking bloom now. Don't fucking all chakra dance on me now, right? So the people, anything that we allow ourselves to share and speak how we speak, because I don't know how to make it all fucking sound like amazing when it's like you feel like you're dying, right? Many times I put into chats when I'm in places and somebody says, I had a panic attack today, and I say, question yourself. Are you sure it was a panic attack, or was it your heart chakra opening? right? And then the what? What do you mean? And then the explaining of it's not always rainbows and unicorns, and how to learn the different, because our heart socket doesn't open once, eh? If it did and you felt like you were going to die and explode once, it would be so amazing. I've been going through this not only my whole life, but especially in the last 5 to 6 years, and it just hikes up. So it's not like, oh, now I understand the feeling, it's going to be easier, is what I always think. But then, no, 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 it's not happening, again, when. So in the moment when the yummy, awesome, whatever, like, holy shit, feeling good, where it would be like, this is time. It's time. Hello, higher self, body, angels, everything. It's time. No, it's like in 24 hours or the week after, when it's not the same thing around, that boom happens. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but I gotta grab my coffee. I made coffee. $11:11. I was so burping, it was unreal. Weird. Yes. Boom. I see other people coming in, but I'm gonna. The burping. The burping is fucking huge right now. Like, even shocking, because I'm not really one that has that so much. But yeah, and I can't remember like when exactly it started, but I can say and pinpoint and be like the expansion, the burping is just, it's surreal, because it's not, it is natural, like it's real, but it's not the same way as, well, I did this, right? So I drank this or I ate that, so there's a burp that's going to come out. It's surreal in its like just talking, and like, there's the feeling, right? And especially people who have done vids and channeled and did certain things for a long time, sometimes it's actually an indicator that they're truly speaking from their heart space, because it's like a thing that happens to them for real. So Soothe the Glitch would be an example of that. Mostly he'll portal in his car and free flow vids in I don't know what he's doing now, but I mean in general and back in the day, in the last 3 years. And then the burping would come through, and that is like a sure sign of like to what point somebody is, first of all, pushing themselves out of their comfort zone to say things that are being guided to them. The releasing of the throat chakra. I have a certain girl that I've shared before, Brittany, I forget her last name. She sings, and she's not like of the spiritual community per se, and there's certain live streams that I've come in where she's got throat, and she's clearing her throat, and she's even saying like, I don't mean to be gross, I got to clear my throat, and feeling very snotty, whatever word she uses. And then I write to her, you are like, it's passing through right now. And she has noticed, like, right, like she's got like so many followers, she's got so many people, but she takes the time to look, and she has noticed. And I remember saying a couple months ago, like, this is the second time I come in and it's full moon, the energies are super high, and you're having that throat clearing, Brittany. It's completely normal. Thanks for showing up anyways, right? Thanks for showing up and gifting your time to do live stream when you're actually feeling these energies and they're actually affecting your throat chakra. Like, she pumps out. She's like, whoa, right? So thanks for showing up when you feel like that. Like, it's huge, right? But yeah, to share those things, to tell people is so important. And when we know, and then like somebody who hears me now, and then like next week all of a sudden starts burping out of the blue, be like, oh shit, right? Same way when I came in and did that stream about how my head, got a couple other people saying that, how in the weeks after, and we're still in those weeks after, other people saying, yeah, the vertigo has hit me now, the seasick feeling, the head feeling. So the more we share those things, it's so important. Dean, I'm loving the rip shirt. Yeah, I should have sewn it, but it's gonna have the life that it has. I was actually wearing another shirt, and it just was driving me bonkers. I try to change because I put this on all the time. It's like my baby blanket, but I feel more comfortable in it. Jenny, fresh lemon or oranges if you can get one. Boom. Thanks for reminding me of that. That's super sync. I actually do, and I'm not grabbing them. It's probably the only thing I have left, but because they're in a drawer, I forget. Hi, Mary Wins. That way, the hobo shirt is awesome. Yeah. Got this shirt at a thrift shop like years ago, and it's just, it's my thing. And I know if I love it, I shouldn't let it tatter, but the rips mean something different for me, and it's just, I don't know. I don't know why it's important. Ripping through the fabric of reality kind of thing, I don't know. 1111. Peeps say I'm fake because I'm too nice. Yeah, I will take that. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'll get that look or even be told like certain things, and it's like, well, stick around. You'll see if I am or not, because you know what I mean? And nice does not necessarily mean like if you think I can be certain way here, I embody it in ways that shocks people in real life, right? You think you can get away with looking at me as a decoration here? Go ahead. But you think you're going to get away with it in my reality? Holy fuck. Mama Bear can make grown men fucking cry really fucking fast if she's not careful. You know what I'm saying? Do no harm, take no shit. Learn to be softer, but there's times when softness doesn't help. And I can throw somebody into a different way of perceiving me where, oh, you might still think about it a little bit, but you either are like fucking gone and not even able to walk beside me or near me, avoid the fucking trail completely, or step in, right? Meaning a little bit like a woman who's hung out with men all her life, that tomboy thing. Yeah, the men could sometimes still think little things about us, right? But it don't really last for long. They don't really use us an example as an example of certain things. Why? Because the growing to understand our consistency and the way that we are makes it that, yes, like that like background of, you know, the mirror of us is what they look for in another woman, because they're clearly never going to get it with us, and then they've chosen to stay into, I'd rather have this chick hang out with us as a friend than to ever fucking fuck with that ever, right? If that makes any sense at all. And you know, the ones of us who have either, like, people, when I worked in the restaurant industry and was wait staff, and most commonly women are waitresses, it was like, could you fucking hire a guy somewhere? Could you hire 2 or 3 barmen? Could you hire a couple dudes? Right? Get the fucking energy a little balanced here, because a bunch of these kind fucking like crying ass fucking chicks gossiping all fucking day, swinging in a dude or two. Otherwise, like, fuck. And honestly, looking back, those are the times where I would quit and not even want to be working the floors anymore, even if I was making hundreds of dollars a tip, because the cat like energy with no masculine in between to fucking just like boom, right? So you got like a staff of like 15 fucking women, and you got 5 dudes who speak a certain way, and it changes how the women speak. They can't be as catty, they can't be as gossipy, because the balance is there. Whereas when there's no fucking, masculine energy, and you're the only one saying like, could we get on and talk about something else, or like, what the fuck are you even talking about, right? But then like there's the 11 who want to, so it doesn't really matter if you're throwing something else in there, they're not grabbing it, because it's like, you better just walk away. Like the fucking cat energy's out, right? Not the pretty cat energy, the other stuff. Me too, Jenny. I'll take kindness over anything. Yeah, and I will take nothing if I don't have kindness. Right? So, I will take nothing if I can't get the kindness. If I can't get the authenticity, I'd rather have nothing at all. And there's a price to pay for that, right? That's why in the last years I have participated in certain timelines in order to have some sort of anything, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it when you're leaking more energy into being kind, not getting that back. This is just, might as well keep up, a certain. I was told by somebody, you have no friends in your reality because you judge people. And it's like, no, I so don't judge anybody, but they cannot sustain to not be judged, because that's what they want to talk about ultimately, is when they judge themselves, being hard, like hanging out with friends who are like judging themselves all the time and don't have self-confidence. It feels better to not have somebody to hang out with than to be with somebody who every time you have a coffee is so down on themselves, and that nothing, you know what I mean? And the fact that we are like natural born cheerleaders always saying nice things is why people who are down on themselves want to hang out with us, because how long can you listen to somebody who feels bad, give them the energy where they walk away feeling like, wee, right? I just had the best coffee with Michelle Genevieve. It's so awesome. I feel so good. And then meanwhile, like, I'm looking at my kids saying, I gotta go have a nap. I just had all the fucking life sucked out of me. I gotta go have a nap. Right? So when a giver gives energy and another person takes the energy and they walk away feeling amazing, I see you, Heidi. You get it, eh? Yeah. So they walk away feeling really amazing. Like they calling back for like another, like, hey, can we hang out tomorrow, right? Like, I miss you, right? I want to be with you. You're so amazing. Meanwhile, you haven't even napped enough to recover from the day before of giving so much energy. Right? It's fucking huge. Yeah, Dean. 1111. The power of kindness. Emoji King. That's beautiful. Truth. Emoji King. 1111 code. Your voice is your personal signature. I dig your voice, brother. And I never said that to another man. So there. Good. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Dean does have a signature type of voice that even like imitation, yeah, but couldn't be. There's a cadence to it, a tone, and there's the energy signature. And thank you, Emoji King. Because yeah, exactly. Brothers saying to another man, the stuff that other men don't naturally just say out loud is so amazing. because really, you know what I mean, showering people with what you feel about them is exactly what feels good, right? Instead of holding back. Like, it's really beautiful. You guys want to say I have a beautiful voice and whatever words you want to wrap around it. But if you're not saying those things to the masculine who have the beautiful voices because it's not the same whatever, why wouldn't you, right? Why wouldn't you tell a man that, like, fuck, I can't listen to many people talk, but when I listen to you, your cadence, your tone, the way you speak, it's soothing, right? It feels good. What's better than the memory of a masculine in our life, whether it be our grandfather or uncles or boyfriends or brothers, like whoever, when they actually sang and allowed themselves to sing, right? So just because many fucking artists are masculine, rock stars, and all of that, when the men in our life allow themselves to actually sing, and the memory of that, the feeling of that, the soothing, the healing, right? Being grabbing a book and bringing it to your favorite uncle, or to bring it to your dad and having your dad actually read the book instead of, you know what I mean? How important that could be for some people. Some people who never had that. So some people never had strong masculine voices and powerful energy to help them feel supported. So anchoring into the masculine who makes you feel like that good feeling of safe harbor. It's fucking sacred, man. 11:11. When my heart chakra is racing, you breathe different, like aqua air, more like substance to it. Yeah. Hi, me too, Jenny, I get it. Okay, I lied. I take kindness and humor over anything. Same. And simple humor, just true, yummy giggles, right? Emoji says emojis equals emotions, right? So I'm the emotion king. Okay, hence all the decades of yoga, I guess. I wish it was that easy being human. Yeah. Yeah, 11:11. E, energy in motion. Thanks, Shannon. It's my favorite shirt. Hey, Saturnian Sun, emotion, energy in motion. Boom, you guys wrote it out at the same time. It came out at the same time. You dozed off, Andrea? Right on, sweetie. Good. 11:11. Yeah, I didn't even know I could burp like that so much and for so long. I wish I would have recorded myself. Yeah. Yeah, really different, eh? Just gonna. It's not the same. Hey, SS. Thank you guys. Feeling down? Good love, though. Take the love, dude. Yeah. I don't know if you have access to the community posts, SS. But I had shared like the warnings of the energy coming in for the last few days. And yesterday, like the last one I put by Samantha, um, you know, like she was really saying, like, this is never before and it's bigger than what even those of us who feel things, it's bigger. And that's the thing, is that I'm like that as well. I feel things not as like before, or just like as it's coming in. So by the time it's like that day, like I've transmuted, or and different. And this being said, for the wholeness and the purity that I had yesterday, the feeling of certain things last night was just like, what the fuck, right? And how I feel today, and then choosing to just show up anyway, right? It's not about, just, it is what it is. Right on, Jenny. I have to go. My supper's ready, and I'll be back if you're all still here. Boom, 11:11. Dean confirms. I'm rising up, SS. It's been heavy energy the last days. Yeah. Wow, have I been streaming for 3 hours already? Heidi, no wonder I needed a coffee and to move around. You've been here for 3 hours, the streaming? Yeah, I have. Love you too, Heidi. How's it going, Organic Intelligence? Yeah, Jenny, me too. I love tattered clothes, mostly comfy. Not very good with new or tight stuff. Like I was looking, like my leggings and stuff, like they are all like, there's some leggings I can't even wear without putting shorts over top because they're so holy. And I mean sacred to me, but I haven't bought clothes in so fucking long that I can't even remember, right? Except for the odd, like, oh, I just found 4 dresses for $1 each last year type of thing, right? If you can find a dress for $1, you can bet your bottom dollar I'm gonna get 4 of them. Whee! Anyways, but yeah, like, but the thing, I don't even want new leggings because they're so fucking tight, or they don't feel comfortable to me because I'm so used to like the tattered and the worn. To me, a new shirt is somebody's hand me down of somebody that I love that's like about to throw it out or to bring it to the fucking, wherever it is, thrift shop or Salvation Army or Goodwill, whatever you want to call it. Right? Some of my favorite shirts are other people's, like, I can't even wear this anymore. There's too many holes or it's too raggy, and it's like, oh, I'll have it, Dad. Right? I'll take it, Dad. They're the best. Yeah. And that's the thing too, Jenny, is for the tattered clothing. First of all, I'm not one to have ever made my kids or myself. Like if I start to paint or if I take out my Sharpies or, if I start to build a project or do something, I don't actually change my clothes. I forget. So this one time I actually invested to buy a brand new pair of white leggings. They were only $10 and they were brand new and they fit like, oh my gosh, these are so comfortable. Like they're not too tight and they're white. And I started to clean off the deck where I used to live. And then I decided, well, if I'm going to clean the deck and make sure everything's perfect, then I should do the fire pit and empty it right now. And as I was emptying out the fire pit, everything said, Michelle, you've been doing the deck for an hour and you've managed to keep your white pants perfect. I think you should go change your pants, higher self says, when you do the fire pit. And I was like, well, no. Why would I change my pants? I'm an expert. I've cleaned for hours in my brand new white pants and they're still white. Why would I go change them now? And so I didn't. And I forgot that the night before I hadn't finished my coffee. So I threw it into the fire at the end when there was no fire really burning. And so as I picked up the fire pit, and looked down at my brand new virginal white pants who instantly turned into soot, like fucking burning ember like color, and coffee. And I was like, oh shit. I should have gone to change them. My higher self was like, I told you. And I was like, I know. So yeah, I finished doing the fire pit. Then I took off my pants like at the edge of the door because I couldn't bring them in my house that way. I went and changed. I fucking hosed them down. And then I threw them in the wash. And then the next day I tie-dyed them blue and white to not be able to see the coffee burnt embers type of leaky juice. Oh my God, I swear. Yeah. I remember I was in BC once and I had finished work and it was like, fuck this, let's go straight to a trailhead. I don't even want to go home to change. And the person that's with me is like, but you're wearing white pants. And I was like, I don't care. I had these for fucking forever. Right? I don't care. I don't want to take the time it takes to go home, change. I want to get to a mountain right now. get me to a fucking mountain right now. Right? Get me to a fucking mountain right now. I forget where we had gone, like if it was like Mount Tom or, and then I'm sitting in like, oh, right? We're halfway up, and it sounds weird to say, but when you live in the Fraser Valley, you can get to a trailhead and just kind of get to elevation really fast, right? And like, oh, at one point we're like at like enough of an elevation that the eagles feel like we right. I'm like flying high, and like they're right next to me, and I'm like sitting down in the dirt, and I was like, oh, I need this. Heidi, my birth to earth date has been heavy leading up to this day. Yeah, the I get it, sweetie. Emoji King, I dress like a tattered dragon. Yeah, I dress like I've been having a couple of rumbles with my dragons, that's for sure. No joke. Hey, Triple B's, I know you might be gone. Cheers, fam. Stay lifted and gifted. Rock on. Have a great Sunday and a fantastic week. You as well. You like the cat sound, Dean? I've made cat sounds before where people tell me, "Oh my God, you scared the shit out of my cat," or my cat's looking at the cat at my device. I've actually went back into one of my live streams once and just filmed or grabbed a snippet of like a cat imitation that I did, and I had uploaded it as a vid after with a trigger warning to either put your animals away or have them close and let me know what happened. Because we had so much fun with that. Boom. The frequency of the voice. Organic. Every time I hear your voices, I know when it's the frequency I'm supposed to be in. That's why hearing some voices can give me the blahs. Exactly. And that's why I say to people, like, if I'm doing a 3 hour live stream and when it feels good is when you should be there. And when your little voice says I should go do this, I should go do that, you should. Because that's when I'm like, boom, you can be sure, right? And that being said, whatever's meant to flow, but I don't know how anybody could fall asleep to my voice. First, I've been told half my life to shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Shut up. But then the other part of how I can be streaming for hours and my voice is at one certain, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wee, right? Like how loud that is, right? Me too, Dean. I get the downloads when I hear a voice. Same. So I don't need for people to even know exactly what they're saying. I don't even need for people to have the perfect anything. But hearing somebody's voice brings me into the awareness of this is somebody that's supposed to be in my timelines, or ixnay. Fuck this. Get out of Dodge now. How the fuck could I have been communicating with a certain person, never heard their voice, always wondered why I felt weird, and then when I finally hear their voice, it doesn't match anything of anything anywhere. For real. How frequency doesn't lie. So it doesn't matter if somebody's in a state of embodiment of not being true to themselves 100%, not knowing what to say, but the complete tone and cadence of who they are is ultimately a safety thing of it doesn't matter if this person is an embodiment right now. This is one of my people, right? Or like just like I said, like fucking back the truck out of Dodge. This person can be saying the sweetest, most beautiful, most amazing, perfect things, but ba, 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 of back away. This isn't real, right? This isn't real. It doesn't matter what's ever been said, what's ever been done, after you hear a voice, after you see eyes, the knowing of the truest self, right, is there. Um, I'm not even joking. This has happened to me for years now because it's like, I understand if you're not ready to be full in, so I'm going to give you energy anyways. And then realize, holy shit balls. No wonder I've been so fucked up giving all this energy. I'm never going to get it back. This person doesn't even, I never dreamed of this voice. This voice is not even a part of, it's the voice that's of my nightmares telling me when you hear this voice, like realize in your timelines that back away, right? And I always give the example of Angie, Witch Moon 7-3, who I found through Fire Drake and Cannabear, who both their voices and their tones are safe to me since ever I found them. And going into Angie Witch Moon's video, her first one ever, and she was pointing the camera at the scenery, and the second I heard her voice, like you could go back and find that fucking vid. The second I heard her voice, I started fucking like, holy shit, I've dreamed about you forever. I don't know how you're going to take me, that I am already telling you, like, I'm not even finished watching your video, but I already know I love you. I already know you love me, and I don't even know how it's going to play out, but I fucking love you. And I've been waiting for you since forever. Like, oh my God, Angie, oh my God, I have to tell you, like, my name's like Genevieve, because that's my real name, but my real first name is Michelle Genevieve Marie. And oh my God, I don't know how you're gonna take this in the fucking comments because I'm so fucking excited to fucking find you. Angie, oh Angie, like spitting out every fucking thing that I, like, right? Just in case she like deletes and blocks and makes sure she never fucking listens to me again because I fucking scared the shit out of her in my comment. Pressing send, and then her, when she looks at the comments, is like, boom, she gets it. She feels it. Not only did I validate that my name is Michelle Genevieve, but she is Angela Michelle. You know what I mean? Like everything I just fucking said is like boom, right? And this is how I am. So for years now, back in my Facebook days and even in my YouTube world, I find a soul and I'm like, holy shit, I just found one of my best friends. We're gonna be lifelong friends forever. Oh my God, they're gonna be so excited that I found them. And this is it. We are like, oh my God, guys, like, whoa, I found you. And I still haven't had a conversation with that person, and it's been 2 years because they don't see me. And no matter how I put myself out here, whatever I trigger in them, whatever they don't see, and however they're not ready to step into a fucking timeline, still hasn't happened. Like, no joke. Like, seriously, no joke. And on repeat of this, of seeing souls, dreaming of people, knowing, and the feeling, and the, oh shit, I guess there's gonna be another couple fucking years before that person's fucking ready to give me a fucking conversation, because it doesn't matter if I see it all, if I know it all, because you can see it all and know it all, and until somebody's like there, they don't. It's just that real to me, and how it is. And I can see myself 15, 20, 20, 12 years ago on Facebook and being like, so brother, oh my God, dude, I can't believe we found each other. Like, right? Because like, oh yeah, I fucking found you. And this has nothing to do with like fucking bells and whistles and being a girl and a boy. Right? Nothing. But then meanwhile, this like dude thinks like, oh, you're hitting on me. And like, no, I'm not hitting on you. You're my fucking brother. Oh my God. You know what I mean? Like, oh, dude, like, could we collaborate? You want to write a song together? Like, oh my God, I've already seen the song. Like, holy shit, can we do this? And like, not even, you know what I mean? So like, this isn't my beginning of my puppet show of a fucking ride. Like how other people will be like, I just had my awakening and my kundalini like 2 years ago. And it's like, holy fuck, I've been like this since I'm a kid, like waiting and like, oh, like I see you. And we're still like 27 7 years and my ex-husband still doesn't see himself for who I have always seen him as. Right? 27 years. Not because we're supposed to be back together, but because this man and all the in-betweens still hasn't stepped into this embodiment of who he is and what he is and how it's like, wow, he is. 27 years. And that's just one example of my ex-husband. You know what I mean? Of the insecurities, the things, all the stuff in between. And the knowing. Like when I say ex-husband, it's like so class. Like it's a matrix thing to be like, oh, like 20 years later, we're going to get back together. No, if we're meant to be together, we'd still be together and whatever. Right? This is the knowing of who he is for his children. Right? When he steps into the most bravest and biggest and more embodiment, doesn't matter, not about me, for his children, for his grandchildren, right? Like it's fucking huge to see souls, and they ain't there yet, but do they ever? Seriously, that gave me a tummy ache to explain, but shit, it's like, that's how, you know? Shannon, I've never had a dad. Rar. I hope that you find and feel the masculine energy through other people, right? It can even be feminine that make you feel like that daddy, safe feeling. It's important. And that's why the seeing each other as souls, Shannon, instead of, men thinking that I'm a man and she's a woman, and you know what I mean? And how I'm going to full circle really quick with what happened in my life path like years ago when I had somebody who was like 80 something years old, who to me was like a complete grandfather figure and amazing friend, who he would say, I've never known a woman like you. You're a fucking weirdo. And I like it. I've always been straight and narrow. I've never lived of having hippie friends when I was young, even if I'm 84. By the time I was, the 60s and 70s came around, I was already, a hardworking father. So I didn't get to live the hippie stuff. And like, you're not quite a hippie, but you're a fucking weirdo. And he's like, I never even swear, but I'm calling you a fucking weirdo. I hope it's okay. I'm calling you a fucking weirdo. It's like, yeah, it's fine. And like having this relationship of trust that, he needs a fucking little bit of a weirdo in his life to give him hope of this fucking world because he's 80 something. And then boom, all of a sudden, like that smack in the face of, would you be my lover? What? Like I can still see myself, and he's saying these things, and I'm like, the red flags are like flagging. And inside of me, I'm like, I can feel something coming that I just was not prepared for. Should I bolt? But no, this is not possible. This cannot be really happening, right? Because it's not like we're talking years of like just an extended friendship, random, wherever it is. And now I'm living in the house that he owns that I'm renting, right? And that moment where all the fucking flags are dancing and my whole head and body is saying like, something's coming that I just don't want to live. Please God, make him say anything. Please, sweet baby Jesus, make him say anything but what's actually going to come out of his fucking mouth right now. Like the stripping of like, what? All this time the weirdo energy is like different than what I was finally thinking, that a man is just like cool and he's 80 matey and I don't have to worry about that, right? Like fuck. I can't help it. I can't help it. I gotta let that stuff out. And like, it's like when we were talking about the dentists and, the rubbing of genitals on people and the talking of boobs if people are asleep or under anesthesia. Like, like, fuck. Can we all put our hands up? We've been there, done that, bought the fucking t shirt, right? Love you, SS. Thanks, you guys, for the goodness. I feel so depressed. I hope that my voice is not cranking you up. Me's not meaning to when I do, eh? You had it too, Heidi, and I'm like, what's the burping about? Yeah, 11:11. Didn't see much of my dad either, Shannon. Exactly, Dean, and that's why you're the masculine in your timelines of to switch that around, right? The relationship that you've built and made with your children completely is a whole other level of a timeline, right? And here, the saddest things is that intergenerationally, the men who didn't have the father figures are the actual men who don't show up as the father figures for their own children. So they have the chance to be like, because everybody says, I'm not going to be like that. But then when you're in the daily grind of having to make the living, having to be the provider, having to be able to stand the fucking mother if you can't, well, then yeah, you are going to get away with for saving your fucking life because that woman is sucking you dry, right? Like, but the balancing, how, who to be the bender of the other stuff, right? It's huge. Heidi, I love seeing you, G. Yeah, it helps a lot. The seeing of the energies flowing through the stuff, right? The rawness of it all. It does help. As much as I resonate with certain people, unless they show me a part of something that's raw and vulnerable, I can't watch for very long because what's the point? I already know you can show up at a cup, make an edited vid, and be like so amazing, but that ain't the reflection that I need at all times, right? I need to be able to see that you are fucking feeling this too. And Lori and Phil, good in the last weeks, last month. Like, I'm not saying show up and fucking, like, snot all over the place days on end, but could you make that one, thing where your eyes are still puffy and you're saying, listen, I'm going through this too? Or like Lori had done just an open stream where she was going to talk about exactly what she was feeling and how she wasn't sleeping. So it helps other people to not glorify, right? It's so easy to think everybody else has it better, right? Genevieve is this, Genevieve is that, Heidi is this, Heidi is that. Because we show up, we share ourselves a certain way. But yeah, like the background of how Heidi and Genevieve are feeling in a certain timeline, just because there's a lot of nobody wants to show up and hold a fucking hand, right? Because otherwise, you know, it is real and it is real for everyone. So those who have certain parts that they play and that it's meant to be a certain way, and in just showing enough of, and you can be all not snotty faced, all crying, but at least saying exactly how the last timeline went, last couple days, instead of saying in theory how the energies are going to bombard, blah, 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 blah. Say exactly what bombarded you, right? It's important. We got enough priests and teachers, do as I say, not as I do, right? You got to be perfect, but in the background, they weren't fucking perfect, and that's where the authenticity and what's needed to build a new world and a new reality is every individual showing up how they show up. It's not about the government changing overnight. It's about people stepping into embodiment. Boom, overnight. And every day is a different layer of that. Once you think you know, and then it's like there's more, there's more, there's more, right? organic. I wear my dad's old flannels. Yeah. For the record, this is mine. This was not any, well, it was somebody else's from the thrift shop, obviously, but this is mine. But the only masculine men's shirts that I have are my Trinity, my father, my son, and my grandfather. And I'm not one of those girls to like just grab anybody's sweater, somebody else's scent, and somebody else's, you know what I mean? It's a big fucking deal to me. I can still see in my reality being with somebody for like 5 fucking years, and him like when I actually had one of his shirts on, that he was like, oh my gosh, like, right? It wasn't just a given, even because the just yeah. SS Genevieve, you've been getting around, okay? Um, I had stocked up so good, SS, that there's no need to get around farther. So this week we'll see what happens for certain things. The terrain and how it is to walk right now is not the safest. Like for like a long haul and like backpack and the fucking little trolley thing that I got. So I have no idea how this week and even the next weeks are going to play itself out for real. And I just, at this point, I'm being like Scarlett O'Hara. I'll fucking deal with it tomorrow or when it comes. Because that's it. At some point, um, it's like winter is like dragging on instead of the melt and safe sidewalks and bike weather being already here, which is completely potential to happen like in 2 days, right? That the sidewalks are fucking clear of ice and that they're safer and all of that. Like it can be that fast, just like it can drag it on for another month, right? But it will be what it will be, and sometimes just being in the community reality and not having like the vehicle itself to be like feeling a certain way is I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. I don't know. You've had one of your dad's flannels on all week. Your mom just took it to wash it when you showered last night. Right on. Yeah, I prefer to wear clothes over and over. I think that washing clothes and washing our bodies, depending on what we need of energy, is one of the biggest programs. And that, especially if we allowed our clothes to be worn, the protective energy of our clothes not being washed over and over and over, right, is more beneficial to our bodies and to our actual energy. So the disgust that people have and the fake product smell that they want on their clothes actually siphons their energy instead of, however long this shirt has not been washed and how. I even had another shirt on earlier and I took it off and went to put this back on. Right? How what smell is for us, what our own personal smell and somebody else's smell, and how important and pivotal it is. And I know I've said this before, and other people have, validated. If we met in a different timeline of a way in real life, how we could all be together in one room, for example, and we would be able to sniff out a bunch of stuff more easily than with the energy of seeing certain things or feeling certain things. So, right, I talked about the voice, the cadence, talk about the eyes, but then the smell. Like that there's the whole everything that's got a whoosh, right? Um Danny Skylark, we were having a conversation once and we had talked about it on a stream, so I feel comfortable to just say it even if we had talked about it. But we said like there could be everybody, doesn't matter how many people in one room, and you would still know who your dude is even if he's not your dude yet, because that smell, how when you're with somebody, how their smell is like exactly what you need, And then when the heart space, the soul contract is over, it doesn't matter what they do. If it's not about washing, it's not about anything. Nothing of that person's smell can make you even hug them the same way anymore, or kiss them, or try to be with them intimately. Like once the soul thing and the heart and then the done is done, how you can try, right? You can still try to keep a union together, but if it's done, it's done. Because even your nose, it'll make tears come out of me to smell somebody how they used to smell, and that smell's gone, and they never changed anything, but the smell is like it's surreal when like boom, that soul contract is over. Everything gets taken away of any type of security at all in order for the complete ejection from like a certain reality timeline. You know what I mean? So, and some people will live like 5 months, 5 years with a partner that's not a partner anymore, live in the same house, not sleep in the same bed, or if they do, there's such a distance, or one goes to bed as the other wakes up, and right? To avoid the true feeling of like, I can't even stand the smell of this fucking person. But we have the house, we have the kids, we have this, we have our routine, we have that, we have that. It looks good from the outside, and let's just keep it this way because we don't want to, blah, blah, blah. But you can't even stand the smell, and it's not mean, and it's not because somebody actually stinks. This is just because right? When there's nothing keeping you together anymore, like everything disappears. Every sensory thing of us disappears. And some people are just really good at not caring, masking how that feels, right? Drinking it into oblivion where you don't really smell anything. Does it really matter if you're not comfortable with somebody in your house? Drink it away, right? Like, woo! Even just moderate, like having the end of the day 2, 3 beer, or one glass of wine and 1 beer is enough to take away. Give the little bit of a tippy, right? Just to take away the feeling. Me knows because me has used it all as tools to survive. Emoji King. I would like to be stuck in an elevator with John Binney and Dr. Morse and 3 guitars. And 3 guitars, easy. You're funny. Fuck, I definitely don't want to be stuck in an elevator. I don't care who it's with. You get what I'm saying, eh, Jenny? I sound like a man, Jen. Yes, 1111 Dean. Also, you will notice a tone change when people are not being authentic. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Or that it's not even that the tone changes, that it's so all the time the same that it's like, where's the suddenness of the randomness of the different tones of the cadence? Because I could press on a vid from last week, last month, last year, and they all sound the same. It gives the same, you know what I mean? Speech pattern, it gives the same thing. Our voice chakra changes so much that ultimately we will sound the same. But I'll give you the example. I was told from the first live stream that I ever made in this apartment after moving on December 23rd, the first one I made, your tone is different. You're projecting a louder. I never changed my device. I never did anything. The ceilings are a little different here. There's not as wide of an expanse. But from the moment I started my live streams here, I was told that my voice is projecting itself completely differently. It's in part because the safety that I feel, even if it's surreal. whatever was in a part of the energy of the apartment next door, I would, I don't even, I wouldn't even say this lightly, but I would be akin to evil. For me to have lived a whole fucking year of feeling fight or flight when truly I am and have been in a certain embodiment, but to be in a building and that feeling doesn't matter if it should, I didn't move across the street, I didn't move, you know what I mean? It's 20 fucking feet away. It's the same owner. But that building, and there's things that it's like, you know what happened there, and it's like, I know what happened there. I It's not my circus, it's not my monkey, right? And I'm not even talking about anything I've ever spoken about loud. Like the feeling of what happened in that building and why I was there, transmuting that energy, and what it's like to be those of us that are on certain ley lines and what we're transmuting of energy because our bodies are in certain places and what it feels like to be near certain things or of certain things. You know what I mean? It's surreal. Heidi, so true, G. Can repeating, if not true, frequency resonance? Yeah. Jenny, aren't smiles silent? No, I don't think so. I think smiles sometimes are like way louder than like people who talk for days on end, right? One smile says like everything sometimes. Hey, Matthew, 1501. I don't even know, 15. Is it 6 o'clock already? How long have I been yammering? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Emoji King says Heidi. Earlier in this live chat, my sister-in-law, Michelle, was talking to Genevieve. I pulled the bat spirit for Michelle. Yeah, Heidi. Emoji King says Heidi. Michelle Fawcett, quadriplegic since 7 years old, 56 now, and she had fun with Genevieve. Figure out a way to get us in contact, whether it be through email, Emoji King. I can send voice texts and certain things, or even just through Skype. My Skype is my email. Right? Believe me, I got plenty of time on my hands when I shut this down. I'm so late in the chat, I can't remember some of the comments, why they're coming up, because I've flowed so many different things today. Boom, Heidi, I just told my dad today that we have a soul contract. He's been the biggest support of my life from a male. He's not my biological father, but he was there when I was born, and my birth certificate has his last name, knowing I was of another man's sperm. My biological father wanted me aborted, and that was in 1969. Sketchy stuff. Yeah. I resonate with that a lot. I'm a love child from 1972. So, and my daddy always, for me it's different because in the last years, the soul contract is just, and that's not anything I thought I would ever have to face in my lifetime, right? Yeah. So, you know what I mean? Of everyone in my whole life who could ever put their foot down and say, like, could we fucking stop talking about Michelle? Could you guys fucking focus on your life and leave Michelle alone? It was my dad before. And just, he's not that man anymore. Yeah. And the soul contracts between masculine or feminine who come into children, whether it be from like birth and early childhood, like yours, is the actual real soul contract. So the truth of what I always say, that our children come through us, they are not of us. Not only in my timelines have I lived through certain things, but the reflection of the knowing, right? So the person that is, right? The person that's like the ultimate, like played the part that they needed to play so that you were the person that you were born in this world, it does not actually play a part in your life. And especially the more we'll step into different embodiments over time, we won't have that matrix programming of an ache, of feeling like my dad didn't care. And that's where, like, how people are going to go and say something that might trigger some people, depending on, what your beliefs are. But that's why some people can be so angry that, same sex couples and trans people, two spirit people exist, because that's not real. You can't have children. And it's like, but you are under the program that you believe that children come from a union between a male and a female, and that is actually like helpful, and that children are going to be happy if they have this program of a reality. But ultimately, our children come through us, they are not of us. If right now, children who needed a parent could be actually adopted without being in this puppet show of a system and foster system in North America and beyond, no child would actually be an orphan or in a system, but the system is rigged so that any twit in the whole planet can get laid and have a baby. But if they chose to give that baby up for adoption, or if they died, or whatever the fucking thing is, then that baby is practically inaccessible for the loving families that are fully ready to have these children. Like now, like today, in just the Canadian system. How many children are dangled about, sent from foster home to foster home, because that makes money for the foster people, and if they get adopted, that changes stuff, is fucking sickening on some level, right? That there are actual babies in other countries that are being farmed, right? That's one of the things that came out in the Ukraine. The baby farms of beautiful women from the Ukraine making babies for the Chinese men, right? These baby farms. So if you have money, you can actually like go to a place that's going to manifest a beautiful baby for you. But, it's all part of the, like, it's fucked, right? And so just the children right now that would need like true homes and true love, but can't get to true because the puppet show in between. I was even a part of this puppet show a few years ago of what foster children, how they get sent and who they get sent to instead of who would actually be good for them. It's past, right? But yeah, exactly assessed. The father is one who cares, and same with the mother. I don't care how that sounds, right? I won't glorify moms just because they had a baby. The mother and father are the actual people who care. The blood has nothing to do with it. And glory be when people step up into the timelines and become the actual parent. I've known more men in my life who never had a kid who were the best people with other children than most grown men who had their own fucking children and then perpetuate wounds constantly, in day out, day out, day out, not listening to a fucking word their own kid says, making them do exactly, treating them exactly how they were treated by their father, perpetuating the ancestral wounds. Whereas a masculine who's never had a child will come into a reality of a woman who's got 3 children or 2 children or 1 newborn baby, and the beauty of how that man will actually interact with those children and give them energy focused, because first of all, like the feeling of like I'm not the real dad, and the feeling of I really love this person, this mother, and what energy they're actually going to give 144% instead of a bunch of old wounds, right? So seeing a child for who they are, listening, because why wouldn't you? That's what children need, instead of I'm your father, you gotta listen to me, is like so huge, right? It's so huge. How people who think they are not fathers are the best daddy figures for other people, for real. Because, okay, you didn't produce a child from your body, but the man that you are actually has more fatherly, true father fucking energy of what this world needs than actual men who've had whatever amount of kids. Because that title of, you know, doesn't actually mean something if the embodiment isn't there, right? So, especially from the generations of like, I'm the daddy, what I say goes, uh, right? Could you be the masculine and listen to what other people need? You know, yeah, there's certain boundaries and there's certain rules and certain things that a house needs to function, but a house functions all differently depending on who's actually living in it. When you have one child, you can live a certain way, but then when another one comes in, like, holy wow, like there are things that have to change. It's a whole other level having just Lily, who I call, and she's an only child because there's no other children being raised with her than when I raised Samuel and Amy together, right? I would have never been able to do the same things at the age that I was with those two that I can do with Lily in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? Who they were, what their soul contracts were, and what they had as soul contracts with their father and their other people was so big, right? So huge. And saying that in the most beautiful way. No, I'm sure he doesn't, Heidi. He tells me he regrets nothing. Exactly. Yep. That's important too, Heidi, is that where you write, my biological father ran around and slept with a bunch of women. I might have half brothers and sisters. Yep. And it's most likely that you do. And it's whatever, if it's meant to be that you ever meet them or not in this lifetime, is because there are certain, we can judge it and call it the rambling man, but it's the men who have soul contracts in order to bring children into this world in a different way than what was labeled as normal, what is labeled as pure, what is labeled as good, right? So you actually have the song by heart. What's that song by heart where like she absolutely wants a baby, so she's going to find herself a dude and make him up and make that baby in a motel room because the man she's with can't provide that for her. So where is that more pure than meeting a man, sleeping with him, and that the intention was never there, you were going to be together, and then what your choices were for that gift is actually your choices, right? But yeah, a lot of, you know what I mean? How we perceive that, instead of where's the gratitude for life instead of the blaming or thinking negative stuff, right? It's all with the expectations. It's like I said out loud in a stream once and made somebody realize that, you know, you could think you're abandoned by your dad, but if your dad would have raised you, you would have been in a whole other butterfly effect of a life. So no matter what your core wounds are of the abandonment, if your body was safe in a certain way that it wouldn't have been if your dad was there, right? Be careful what you wish for, because by butterflying effect and wishing you had had this, it doesn't bring better. It just brings a whole other level of a can of worms, right? Think of how many people have their own mom and dad and are like, they would wish to say out loud, yeah, I wish my fucking dad would have abandoned me. For all the fucking wounds that motherfucker actually put into me, if he would have left, my mom would have been safe. I wouldn't have grown up half my life trying to protect my mom from my dad trying to fucking kill her when he was drunk. So I wish he would have left. Right? It's so, like, at some point, the labeling of what life should have been, could have been, instead of just like making life what is supposed to be now, no matter what age we are and what our stuff is, actually is perpetuating more wounds into the generation of children who were born that didn't have to live any of this shit. None. Like, none. But it's just an eternal fucking loop all the fucking time. That's what humanity is choosing, right? Emoji King, you get it, eh, Heidi? I have the same relationship with my daughter. SS. My dad died when I was 11, and I spent the rest of my life looking for a surrogate one. Yeah, SS. It's tough to be a male growing up without a male figure. But again, SS, that's what puts you in the category of the only handful of men that I've ever asked, from seeing just your Saturnian Sun profile, from not knowing that you had vids because I hadn't looked at a vid yet, and I had to ask you, are you a masculine or a feminine? Because whether your frequency energy of who you are, the soul signature, is, I've only ever asked a handful of people because I either know or have zero doubt. You know what I mean? There's only a certain amount of people I've ever asked, like, are you a masculine or feminine? Because, even if they got the name that's feminine, not all feminines are actually feminines just because they use a name that's feminine sounding, right? And it's not necessarily because they're the anonymity, it's because that's what feels good, that they want to be seen as or felt as when they pass through. But, like, you know what I mean? No way. Emoji King, my daughter Curry just bought her first house herself, a beautiful farm in Vermont. Neato. Shannon, this morning I got dizzy and I knew there was going to be a new big earthquake, and we got a 6.7 and a 6.2 in the Philippines and Indonesia just now. Yeah. Shannon, I'm so sad for all the people. Let's do a mass prayer and send them our love. And it's not weird, but very synchronistic. You would come in and share that, because in the stream a couple hours ago, I was just saying how the mass transitionings were going to be accelerated, right? For real. Yeah, Shannon, between the migraines and the dizzy spells, I feel like I'm gonna go crazy. It's like say a prayer to the weed gods. Oh, SS, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I get it. Most parents have put that into us, yeah. My mom said it was selfish to be depressed, so that always stuck with me. Fuck. Yeah, I'm sorry that. Hope that over time, just that getting imprinted to feel that it's it's important to allow the deep rest, right? It is. Yeah, I'm like that too, where I don't know the location, Shannon. Shannon, send everyone love to the Philippines and Indonesia. 6.7 and a 6.2 that hit this morning. I got dizzy and I knew it was coming, but I didn't know the location. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said earlier, like I've had so many, like it's not that I've shut off my empathy and compassion, but the warnings of just how much it's going to accelerate, especially on a day like today. And that's why I keep shouting out Samantha for being able to put out with words and being able to share it on a community post. When somebody who feels certain things says, like, this is huge, we's not just joking around. And we don't mean to not, like, I'm not the eloquence, right? How I talk, that it's not, like, it's not easy to feel it all as before and as it's coming in. And, it's really real. And that's the thing, is as a collective and as a part of us being in the collective, we want the world to step into a fresher, better, more embodiment, but not everyone is choosing this. So to see these mass transitionings or illnesses or chaos, as this is the only thing that gets people acting in different ways. So within every situation that happens with the earth, whether it's manipulated or real happening of nature, the help that comes together, right? And sadly, that's what people need. People won't go out and just fucking help their neighbor. People are not gonna like, I am so naive. I thought years ago people started finding each other. There's mirrors of each other everywhere. There's going to be gatherings. There's going to be community. There's going to be this. There's going to be that. And guess what? We're still 3 years fucking later, guys. Right? And again, how I've said for like over a year and a half, there are times when it's like really hard to show up because it's like I'm a fucking liar. Right? I'm pulling cards saying it's going to get better. I'm pulling cards and believing in the magic and the miracle, yet I ain't fucking manifested any fucking magic or miracle. I'm living like exactly where I'm like still wondering, like, thank God I feel safe now. Thank God the heat works here. Thank you that there's fucking hot running water. Thank you that my, person that I exchanged the energy with of paying for this place can fucking stand that I'm not on time, right? But I can't, you know what I mean? And every time I have that, well, this, like, just find an idea and just manifest it. Yeah, I know I can do that, but what, the stuff that's meant to be clearly is not manifesting. So, like, that liar feeling, right? For real. Like, it's fucking hard. Other people are like trying to like forgive themselves about the past, and I'm trying to forgive myself that I'm feel like an outright fucking liar showing up telling you everybody it's going to get better. Right? When I can't even make it happen for myself and Lily. So it says we have hurricanes, but I can't imagine the earth shaking beneath me. Yeah, I've only experienced like 3-ish and 4-ish earthquake energies because I am on like the Nickel Basin, and just where it happens more frequently than people would imagine. But I've never, when I was in BC, there was only like a light amount. There was never anything big. Yes, Mary, it's been vibrating hugely here today. Anyone else feeling it? Yes. Big time. Big time. Huge. You're shaking for sure, Mary. Shannon 222 said, I wish this ability came with locations. I'm going to say, sweetie, be careful what you wish for, because what would it help? But if you think it would help, it does. It does come with the locations. It's up to you to figure out, to harness how and where you get the messages. But yes, it does come with the pre. You could know exactly where it is. But at what cost? What's it going to change? Would that actually make you feel better if you woke up knowing, okay, today there's going to be like a huge, massive earthquake in the Philippines? If you knew, would that make you feel better? Because you can't call the Philippines and tell everybody to fucking buckle up, buttercups. You can't. They already know that's going to happen. Their bodies have already been warned. The nature has already warned them. Even if it's a manufactured, everything warns us. Nature warns us. Our bodies tell us. People already know inside their soul if they chose to be a part of that or not. Whether we take that and accept it or not, that's part of the walking the talk of we are eternal. Because even 9/11, any big chaotic traumatic event that ever happened, uh, there's documents, there's research. A full plane never crashes, right? A plane is never full when it crashes, and all reports and all like statistically like validated things show that a plane could have been fully booked, but on the day it crashed, it was not full. People either, didn't make the plane on time, got sick, changed their mind, business meeting got canceled, and blah, 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 the reasons, right? So it's the same thing with the earthquake. If somebody's meant to be there, they're there. And if somebody is meant to be there as the witness to help another, that's what their soul contract is. If somebody is meant to be in a completely other location, you know what I mean? So an earthquake can affect one little spot, and then 2 miles or 2 blocks away won't affect. So that when I say to everybody, listen to your spidey senses, know where you're supposed to be. The one time that you turn around and leave your house to go do something else, you just avoided the timeline of something happening in front of your house, for example, right? So it's as simple as last year, March 22nd, when the shooting happened. I was actually at the cottage, and I could have chosen to stay at the cottage a few more days, but I was guided to come home. But if I'd stayed at the cottage, I would have never witnessed or been by the window, because that still would have played out. But ultimately, 3 years ago, I had a vision dream where shit went down somewhere and I could not protect anybody. And when I had that dream, I woke up shook as fuck. It's one of the most traumatic dreams I've ever had that felt like a vision. And I said inside, if ever this timeline of this thing could be avoided and I have to be there, I don't care what I have to go through. I don't. I don't want to see that timeline happen. And so the vision of certain chaos, the saying, I don't care what I have to live, I will not stand to be helpless and not protect those people. Make sure, it doesn't matter when. And the full circle to being in the exact stuff of, because I was here, because of that intent of, if I'm meant to bend and change this fucking timeline, if this is a real vision dream, then may it come out this way and not this way that I dreamed. Right? So a little bit of what I say is be careful what you wish for, because you will get it. And then the knowing of like, was that right? All of it. Trace B, my tone changes sometimes and it has nothing to do with authentic. Hey, Lil G, I fell asleep listening. Happy birthday, 313. Lots of love to all. True love. Yes, When my tones change, especially lately, and I'm saying, if this is good, I'm keeping it. If this is not pure, fuck off. I got enough fucking, you know what I mean? Without the fucking bullshit of certain things. So yeah, don't assume just because your tones change that it's your angels. You ask, right? If this is my angels, I accept it. If it's not, boom. If it's my higher self, I accept it. If it's not, boom. And it changes everything. It really does. That would be an idea, 1111. Get the map, look at or Google one. Shannon. For me, Shannon, is that I have dreams or I'll have like certain songs, right? So an example of a trigger song would be Panama, right? And then when I hear certain, because it's Paul Butler, that I will listen to his voice say the things, because just other people drag on, or I haven't found, like, right, because right now I can go Google where was there an earthquake in Canada, or where was the earthquake in Canada, but not every, they're not reported, they're not said, but there's always one going on, right? There's at some level there's always a fluctuation, right? So but yeah, there's certain songs, certain things that happen to us first. But again, like, what it could make you feel is just the knowing, but you know what I mean, like, like I said, everybody's different too. The more we know, sometimes it's what brings people down a rabbit hole of feeling like, holy shit, is it my fault that this is happening, instead of the realization that you know, no, you have visions of this, it's not you creating it, right? Many different rabbit holes of what certain things feel like when we have certain gifts, see? Just gonna flip up a little bit. You guys are talking about eggs and stuff. SS, yeah. I thought I saw a boy. I have a boy, Cap, as a matter of fact, but I left so he'd have a better life, raised by the rich, opportunities I couldn't give him. He never knew me. Love you, SS. Yeah, Brian had asked you the same thing. It doesn't offend me. It shouldn't either, right? To me, like I've told you, and it's the ultimate compliment. If I have to ask somebody if they're masculine or feminine, it's because there's balance there, right? And I'm talking because of the emojis and because of the names and because of not having seen or heard, right? Because otherwise, I don't need to ask. And it isn't even necessarily about, like, this is one of the reasons why, yes, there is a trans agenda, but there's also babies who are born that way, and I see them for what they are. I can see a baby born, and within usually the birth, just being here in this world, or being up to sometimes 6 months, but definitely by the time a child is 2, I know exactly who's going to say that they're bisexual or not, or who is, you know, just whatever. I already know. So that's how I know that, yes, there's a programming of certain agendas being pushed, but there's also babies being born that you can tell them whatever you want and however, and whatever their life path is, they already are that, right? And this comes from a lifetime of working with, being around children, the validation of knowing a child when they're a baby and a very young, and them growing up into exactly, you know, what I felt, what I saw, and what I knew. I'm the mom that in my daughter's and my stepdaughter's, you know, high school timeline, that if I wasn't the first one my soul kids came to say, you know, I'm bisexual or I'm gay, then I was the second, right? So sometimes I was the first so they could get the courage to tell their own families, and sometimes I was the second because they got the reaction that they got from their parents, and then they needed mine, right? So it can be hard sometimes to listen as people speak about certain things, because often when you're judging and thinking like all these things is because, yeah, you probably already have a child, or you just don't even know what your child is yet and you're not ready to face it, but that's what's right in your reality. And I swear I'm having the biggest, hugest deja vu right now ever. If anybody else having it with me, put your hands up. Oh my God. You know what's funny? Everybody assumes because I shout out SS, because it's just, he's been part of my timeline since forever and a day. People assume that me and SS have contact in the background, and the only other contact we've had is through one app that doesn't allow for more than just texting and sending pictures. You can't just press and talk, and an email. And he's the only one that we've always said we're going to do something together. It's never come together. He's the one that when I'm on a panel and he's could have been there and he's not, and I could have been there when he's on one, but he's not. So yeah, that's cool if you got to do that with 1111. Yes, the deja vu shows me not only that I've been here before, but I'm not exactly hitting the mark of exactly what I'm supposed to. Doesn't matter if I wonder why sometimes, doesn't matter what the fuck it is. Excuse all my fucks, but I feel like very laced with like, I need the syllables. I really do right now. Yeah, it's like completely. So it doesn't matter what it is, where it is. The deja vu is like, boom. Hi, Anita. How's everything going? Heidi, I started doubting everything I've been doing. Yeah, I know that there's the self-doubt, but we are being bombarded with certain frequencies, certain energies, certain people that we trust and love in our timelines that are shoving the doubt into our awareness, whether they're saying it out loud or just thinking it. So there's like a perpetual like bombardment of, instead of, could you just leave people alone if you don't really enjoy them and go into other timelines, instead of keeping doubt, worry, um, watching, waiting, hoping somebody face plants, hoping somebody fucks up, right? So just like, ugh, it's so big right now. I'm sick of the whole like spiritual, like it's like a program to think like, I'm sorry, you when you get and you done so much inner work and you fucking shown up. Don't tell me that like at some point like being my own fucking best friend and that, blah 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 blah, like what the fuck, like, you know what I mean? No, that doesn't even, when we know that there's timelines up for grabs everywhere and that people is just not grabbing them and watching to see what's going to happen, then we know. We can't pretend we don't know that. And the more that we, you know what I mean? Like, yes, patience, yes, everything will happen, and blah, 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 blah. But no, it doesn't be eternal either. Timelines change where, you know what I mean? They just do. There is a flux to certain things that it is. It's going to, it cannot be the same. It cannot. One person not making the move of something that they want to, that they're being pushed to, not doing it, alters, boom, like every fucking thing around. So there is only a certain amount of opportunities, because otherwise, if you're meant to be a certain player in somebody's life, whatever it is, even if it's like basic or huge, if you don't play that part, completely apart for that person. That person can't just sit here like for fucking ever thinking like, whoa, right? Whoa. The wheels, like, yes, there is no time. No, the soul doesn't like push. But yeah, it does push because when you ain't acting in alignment with your whole self, you are being pushed. The universe is going to push you. You know what I mean? I've spoken about this. We've seen examples of people who didn't even fucking bother to quit their job, even if they hated it. And then, boom, guess what? You don't have a job. The building's set on fucking fire and it's burned down. So imagine if just 5 people worked there, and all of them hated their fucking jobs. All of them wanted to quit, but none of them did. Well, if you would have quit, that building could have sustained itself as something else with other people working in it. But all you 5 people who didn't fucking honor what you needed the most for yourself perpetuated a timeline of boom, fire. That's it. Yeah, Anita, the energies are so extreme. Hope you get to rest a little bit, Anita, through all the cleaning up from the floods and stuff, sweetie. Yeah, 1111. I'm working with consciousness as an ongoing study, and I've been getting some breakthroughs, and it's hard to contextualize. Exactly. Yeah. But I thought that, like, what you did the other day, sharing a doodle, it can seem so random, so little to share a doodle, but the doodles are light language and they can actually be way more beneficial to us who have the ears to see and the eyes to hear, to just get doodles instead of trying to figure out certain things and said certain ways. You know what I'm saying? If you've ever been gifted to be with somebody and, be honored to like get to look at their doodles and what, how that can help you wake you up, do certain things. Yeah, Anita, we are crystallizing metamorphosis. It's extremely painful and uncomfortable. Yeah. At this point, my body is so delicately and not necessarily in pain. I'm so fucking delicate that if Lily Rose hugs me too hard or pushes me too hard, I just, I don't even have the words for it. It's so fucking awful. Yes, Dean, I resonate with that. Our DNA replicates itself, so theoretically, we have another version right here, hence the deja vu at the braiding point of the DNA, etc. Yes, I resonate with that a lot, Dean. Our DNA replicates itself, so theoretically, we have another version right there available at all times. So, the same way as somebody can be told one day that they have a cancer, it's incurable, how somehow the next week or the next month, the cancer is not even there anymore. And that's because of, whatever the mojo of the individuals are, right? Everybody's different. But everything's possible. We are limitless. We're the ones that limit everything. And I say that because I'm a part of that, eh? Some people think that because I'm talking, I'm so fucking wise. No, I'm not. I fucking limited myself for years now and have no fucking clue, right? So, just because I say things out loud doesn't mean because I'm like an embodiment of it, actually fucking being able to harness it. If anything, you know what I mean? I'm really well aware that my being in fight or flight, sustained on and off for fucking years now, is exactly the things keeping me down of being able to turn around and boom. Like, it's a whole different fucking world timeline. Right? I know that. My world, my timeline. Which mine, when I benefit, everybody does. Right? That's it. My stuff isn't about me, myself, and I. It's about like so big. I love it. Emoji King. I'm gonna bounce off that. I'm feeling kind of snitty of some things today. Emoji King says, no thought necessary. Just breathe. Be the breath. Vibration, universal sing, vibration, heart. If I wanted to be a fucking like animal just in harmony with fucking nature, that's what I would have been, guys. Right? Just fucking sit there and I don't need anything and anybody. Like, what the fuck? Why am I in this fucking meat package if it's not even being enjoyed in the way that it could be? Like, could I be more my own best friend for years and years and years and years at a time? Holy shitballs. Right? Love you, Nita. Trying to figure out a way to keep the stream going just a little bit long, just a little bit, without fucking shit up. So you kind of benty, kind of curving. So I know I'm behind a little bit. I'm just kind of scrolling, and I love the way you guys chat together and put out stuff that, thank you. It's almost dark. I'm gonna go for a walk before it gets dark. So I'm gonna wrap up the stream sooner than later. Hey, Mr. Hugh. Yes, Anita. I believe that as well. I smoke weed and still dream. It's just a false belief. Yes. Personally, I had to let go of the weed for months, and I smoked last night for the first time, like for real, in a long time, because I was like, fuck this shit of like this fucking energy and everything coming through. Mama needs the fucking feels. And I was like, whoa, after months of not smoking, I was like, whoa. But yeah. Me too, Anita. I also remember that I am in a dream and I say I can control this dream, but then I always wake up. I'm not always waking up anymore. And yeah, the awareness of being in the dream time, in order for everything to be consensual in dream time, the same way that it is in real life, is very important to me. Right? Very fucking important to me. I'm gonna go back to the dream where I didn't give the details and somebody was touching me, and I was saying, if you fucking dared touch me in this fucking dream, you better fucking step up on a certain level, because this does not fucking feel cool. And that hasn't happened, and it never will. That timeline is completely gone. And that's what busted the fucking timeline of the dilly dallying of certain shit that was happening in reality that I was very confused about. And then in the dream time of that feeling and being like, this is how you bust a fucking timeline. If you can't bust it in real life, you go into your dreams, you fucking grab it, and you fucking, it either is meant to be and it's going to happen, or it's done. Right? Enough. Enough. Like, enough. This world has enough fucking confusion and just shit going on without the being completely not fucking confused and doubting and wondering shit in real life right now. Like, it's so surreal to me. Anita, you've been using the F bomb a lot too. Yeah, I was super mellow yesterday. I might not even have sworn so much all day long. But today, I need the syllables of it. I do. I really do. And part of it is that thing of where I know it still triggers people who come in new, never watched me before, and I'm like dropping the F bomb back and forth and say something, boom. And I don't resonate. Yeah, get out of Dodge if I don't resonate. Go find somebody who speaks all like perfect, right? There's plenty of people who speak in different ways, and I'm not here to imitate those. I speak the ways that feel good in the moment. And sometimes it's like after I'm like, why was I feeling like that, right? You know, meant it to be, but this is how I felt in the today, right? Saturnian Sun, it's hard to stay asleep when we know we're dreaming, but if we can, boy, it is worth it. Yes, it completely has changed a lot of stuff for me in the last months to have complete dream recall and to be in the dreams and have the awareness that I'm in the dream, the awareness of where I'm giving energy in the dream, and the feeling that it's made, especially in the last month of don't fucking bother contacting me in real life if you can't fucking own up to shit, right? You can't come, if, I will meet you in dream time, but I will tell you fucking right to your face in dream time, don't fucking suck energy out of me right now. Done. I'm done being the fucking whipping post of this fucking role. The soul contract is over, baby. If we're meant to be in another soul contract, it's a whole other level of a new one. And if you can't step into it, don't fucking come around. Right? It's important. At this point, having the dream time is part of the only thing that makes me know that, you know what I mean? Certain things are real. Having ancestors come to me and say certain things and being like fully, right? So my grandfather in my lifetime was very upset that I never gave our last name to my children. And in my dream time, he's constantly saying all the time how I did everything right, how that the name is not supposed to be more perpetuated, and you know what I mean? That the line is done, right? How I could have chosen and how he didn't was not happy in real life. His face when I showed him Samuel's birth certificate, he held back tears just because that's who he was at the time, right? And looking at it and that the name wasn't there. Fuck, I still see myself and I'm trembling. And he's like looking at me and he's never really looked at me before. And he's like, but you didn't name him Barrett Reichenbach. You just named him Reichenbach. I was like, Grandpa, you can barely even say Reichenbach properly, right? I am not giving my son, because in Quebec, right? We keep our maiden names even when we get married. In Quebec, you don't get the option to have your name changed for free. If you really want your name changed, it's a legal name change and you got to pay for it. You keep your maiden name and that's it in Quebec. I've never taken another man's name, right? But I chose what I chose for my children with my inner, and then had to like look up at my grandpa, you know what I mean? Have the feeling of, what have you done? Like, you're practically the only one who had the choice of putting the name into your children and you didn't, right? But Howie comes to me in dream time. He's like, you did everything right. You did good. I'm so fucking proud of you. And that fucking last name is done. And it's like, I know I only fucking use it for the legal shit because that ain't my fucking name anymore, Grandpa. And he's like, I know it's not your name anymore. I get it, Genevieve. And that's part of the reason I stepped in as Genevieve, is because my grandpa, since I was a child, would call me Genevieve. Nobody else used it in my reality except for my grandpa, right? Yeah, Heidi. I'm like, what the fuck am I saying? And talked to an old friend, and it was like everything we said for like 5 minutes had, yeah, and then the laughter. Yeah. Saturnian Sun, my soul contract with Genevieve is in the small print that we can speak to each other but live on opposite sides of the continent. Exactly. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I did take some cuts off my hair. I'm not happy with it because it's very boxy, so there will be more cutting. 1111 says, yeah, that 369 vortex I drew will activate someone for sure. And wow, I decoded that a few years ago. Yeah, personally, I've burned everything since I was a kid. Jim Morrison, and how he had burned everything after stepping into a certain timeline of his life, and he burned everything. I was imprinted with very young. I was also scared because anything I ever did show or have lying around, I would be told I was crazy, right? So bless those that, like, encouraged and loved Stephen King instead of treating him like a fucking, like, what the fuck is wrong with you for writing like this? Because when you're treated as like your imagination is like evil or bad and told that you're fucking crazy because you write a story, then you know what I mean, you lock it up a certain way depending on what the timelines are of your life, right? I can see myself in 2009 and showing my poetry to somebody and her going batshit, telling me that there was something wrong with me because I was so violent, because I had written fire in the sky. And it's like, what the fuck are you reading? Fire in the sky is the sky lighting up with bliss. It's the solar event now that I know the words of it, right? I hadn't even seen the word solar event back in 2009, and I was writing about it. And then somebody reading it and thinking that I'm fucking thinking bad thoughts or of war or negative. And it's like, that's your fucking perception of it. This poem I fucking wrote, Fire in the Sky, is like the most beautiful thing ever. It's like the perfect sunset or the perfect sunrise, Can be described as fire in the sky. It's not fucking bad. It's not fucking, you know what I mean? Like what other people's thoughts are when you show them, your art, whether it be anything, and how it can be like, right? If I hadn't shown my fucking stuff to strangers in the last 2 years, just sending it, gifting it openly, I would have never kept drawing from the reactions I got from people my whole fucking life of, oh fuck, put that away. Like, what the fuck is those scribbles, Michelle? Like, what the fuck? Do something with your life. Do something, right? Instead of writing, instead of beating, like, you know what I mean? Told over and over that every single thing that I got that is actually beautiful that comes out of me, that it's fucking ridiculous. You're wasting your time. I can't believe you sat there and beaded today. You could have done this, you could have done that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the imprinting I'm fucking dealing with that comes from my reality. Like, no joke. Yeah, 11:11. Wow, my throat chakra feels like a big fat lump. Yeah. You know the way you guys are talking about. Did she cut her hair? Did she cut her hair? Yes, she cut her hair. She's not happy with it. She thinks it's too boxy, so she's going to get rid of more at some point. Good. I'm glad if you got anything good out of it today, Seth. Saturnian Sun, all of you have shown me love in my time of need. Boom. That's where that whole kindness matters. And I love that you say that because I have also been a trigger to you in your time of need. Right, SS? Like, I know, right? But that's where kindness matters because when we show up into different things, whether it be comments, whether it be vids, whether it be live streams, and that it's kindness that we need, right? It's just simple kindness. Yeah, Heidi. I'm laying down in the fetal position. I feel safe though. Yeah, the fetus has been around all week for me too. I was wondering when you were going to do it, Annie. Annie, I put my big girl panties on today and I transferred my husband's ashes into his urn. It was not physically difficult, but that was all that I managed today. Thanks for sharing, sweetie. I was wondering how and when you would be able to do it because physically, no, right? Physically, no, it's not. But yeah, mentally, it's huge. I love you. Thanks for sharing. I want to specify to anyone who's not aware of the dates as well that it has not even been a full 2 months since Bruno passed. All right? Just for the putting it out there of how Annie can show up and be making videos, coming into the live streams, sharing energy, sharing herself, sharing her heart openly, yet living through like the ultimate of a timeline. Love you, Annie. You've taught me more about love and embodiment in the last months than some people have for my whole life. And I stand by that. I really mean it. Yes, Genevieve, you have been a trigger, but I learned from you. Same. Hi, let's have a drink and talk about it. How's it going? Welcome. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I learned from you as well, SS, the consistency of the masculine friendship that you've been in my life for the last 2 years, 2.5, is more than I get in my reality and more than people who can come in and bounce in and out saying a bunch of stuff but are not consistent about it, right? So, like, guys, I've had people walk into these streams with I can feel it. Their mouth is wide open. They're fucking practically drooling, and they're writing up on the fucking screen, "You are my twin flame. I want to marry you, Genevieve." What the fuck, right? Somebody who actually wrote that out, and in the next week is not even my fucking friend. Like, how it feels to be up here, looked at certain ways, had certain thoughts, had people even say it. But do you see those fucking people here? What the fuck? Like, this, the whole twin flame program, the thinking of certain things, seeing certain things, but then having zero embodiment. Because if, you know what I mean? What the fuck? Like, seriously. Right? Organic. I literally watched a Hallmark movie about a man not wanting to do anything with his wife's ashes. It will be in divine timing. Yes. Emoji King. Annie D. I like the vibration of that name. Me too. I found Annie D through James True's live stream, and as much as I'll call the Milky Way a Milky Way wave in October, November of 2019, finding a lot of people through Brian Barnett, Milky Way channel, the wave of people that I found through James True's live streams, Annie D, D Case, there's so many that I wouldn't even want to label and try to name them all because there's just so many. But I still can remember sitting and I'm looking at the screen and people coming in, and Annie D just writes a little blurb of something, and my whole, like, right? And the evolution of us coming into, a friendship and a sisterhood, and the evolution, the consistency of it for 2 years, right? It's huge. How certain people come into our timelines, and really, like, it's a slow drip. It's not just instant connection and talking. The connection is there, but the talking or the communication, goes in certain waves. I don't even know how to. I'm gonna pull a card or two, then I'm gonna be done the stream. And try to talk the kid into going for a walk with me.
No.
So, I wanna go for a walk.
No.
I'm so happy you wanna go with me.
Where would we go?
You're not telling where we're going.
I need food before though.
Okay, we'll figure that out as we talk about this, lovely.
Like. I hope you know.
I don't think I know. You know. I know. You know. We know. He knows. She knows. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
It starts with AC.
Really? Okay, then we're right on track of, like, the same plan without even saying.
It starts with a C and ends with a D.
Okay, you lost me at D because I don't know. Let's just check what. Yeah, I saw this. It's hard to keep the meat suit in shape when one drinks smokes and edibles. Yeah, I haven't drank in anything since my Christmas timeline, and I can't even imagine right now. But I'm gonna leave it. I'm not reading the book to this because if I read it, I'm gonna whip it through the window and shine on, peacocks, let it shine. Hey, peacock lady. Angel fish, here I am, peacock. Yes, baby girl. I'm trying to grab it. I have a glass of feathers behind me where I put this. Angel fishy. Yes, baby. Girls of a feather. Or birds of a feather. I just said girls instead. Angel fishy sent that to me
So,
last year. All right, baby. Love you too. And I keep telling myself, I have so many like little sticks and so many things. It's like, could you get going? Yes, shake a tail feather. Get going and make some, and I haven't. Okay, I'm gonna pull a goddess, maybe a native spirit card, and then I think I've talked the kid into going for a walk without having to talk too much before it gets.
yeah, only if we get food on the walk.
Shh. Let's see what happens. I gotta check something first. Alice Peacock, sunflower. Okay, Matthew. We love sunflowers. Daisies and sunflowers are the best. The whole idea of the rose is really beautiful, but a star, new beginnings. She knows. Alice Peacock. Alice Peacock too. Alice is a sync. I have an Alice that came into my reality. When you guys see Alice G in my comments, right? Not because she doesn't write like long-winded comments like me, right? Short and sweet, guys, some people. But Alice G and Matthew both stepped into a part of my reality in the bestest ways ever. A star, new beginnings. Organic. I gotta make my salad so I can eat in a little bit. Eat cake in a little bit. I'm craving cake, but just too not into making it. I don't have any eggs either. I don't know. At some point, there's gonna have to be like groceries done or something. Angel fish, what a wicked couple of days. Changed my eyesight. One of those transformations that you can't plan. Yes, my vision is not the same either. Not at all. I get it. And I say that, and I really don't want to be out when it's more darker than what it is. So I'm going to whip this card up, and then I'm going to be done, guys. It's not crazy about walking around here after dark, but step out of the comfort zone. Sweat lodge. Okay, and he's done like dinner. Love you guys. Thanks for being here.
Dinner?
Your Black Forest birthday cake. Yeah, enjoy, sweetie. Me loves you. Happy birthday.